never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Welcome in, welcome aboard. Sit back, relax, get ready for the ride. As we close out the weekend, wrapping up a Sunday, and we'll make it into a Monday, 7th day of March, actually first full week of March, because 1 week ago today, it was final day of February 28th. All right, what's going on? Well, is the big moose in the song we just heard. We all tune in for the weather, whether it's rain, sleet, or even snow. Well, we've got a little bit of all of that, and then some, in the mix overnight tonight. Now, for some, it's going to be kind of a rough and tumble night. As we start off looking at severe weather, it has been a deadly weekend. Tornadoes tearing a path of destruction and death through portions of southern Iowa. And I'll tell you what, we've seen a number of tornado warnings in recent hours. It's been very active. Northern Arkansas into southern Missouri. Now, I'm looking at the Weather Service office in Springfield, Missouri, where the latest tornado warning was slated to expire at the 11 o'clock hour Central about 3 minutes ago, midnight Eastern. And they re-upped that particular tornado warning. Right now, it's Oregon County, northern Oregon County. That is in south central Missouri. They've been keeping a close eye on this cell for the last couple of hours. But severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado about 10 miles northwest of Alton, Missouri, about 16 miles north of Thayer. This cell is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So regardless of tornado, they are seeing the rotation via the radar. But either way, strong, damaging straight-line winds, hail up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So here's what we're looking at overnight tonight. There's actually the tornado watch that continues till 3 o'clock in the morning. That would be 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Central Time. About another 3 hours. For much of north central and central Arkansas, south central and southeastern Missouri, we could see some of those expanded further east and maybe a tad bit further to the north, depending on how things unfold tonight. Flooding rains stretching from Arkansas all the way up to the Ohio River Valley. Flood watches for most of southern Indiana, southern Ohio, western Kentucky, on down into southern Illinois, obviously areas in Arkansas and Missouri where they're seeing the damaging thunderstorms at this hour. The threat continues during the overnight hours, which is always a concern with tornadoes when a majority of the country is sleeping. Overnight, this storm gathers in the center of the country. Snow will be arriving across southeastern Nebraska, northwest Kansas, and northern Missouri by Monday morning. The flakes may spread as far north and east as Michigan. As the snow travels across the northern tier, the general snowfall amounts will be anywhere from 1 to 3 inches from eastern Nebraska all the way up into Maine. Some higher amounts ranging from 3 to 6 inches in a stripe from southern Iowa into southern Canada and northern New England. Yes, southern Iowa. How bizarre. You go from damaging, deadly tornadoes on Saturday with the exceptional warmth into accumulating snow Sunday night into Monday morning. Some of those 3 to 6 inch numbers are going to be the higher elevations of the Adirondacks, the White and Green Mountains, and on up into northern Maine. In northern New England and southern Quebec, the heaviest snow falls later Monday into Monday night. So folks in, say, Burlington, Vermont, and Montreal, you'll encounter the slippery conditions more like 24 hours from now. Impacts, slippery roadways, travel delays possible across the Midwest and northeastern states. Those who receive the accumulating snow, portions of Interstate 75, 87, 91, and 94, be alert for changing road conditions. If you're traveling through Chicago tonight, be cautious of the road conditions. Rain is going to mix over to snow through the overnight hours as you drop close to freezing overnight. And as the snow continues through Monday, the Windy City may see 1 to 3 inches of snow, a continuation of slippery road conditions for that Monday morning commute. Another item to keep in mind is, seeing as you started off with some rain, most of the treatments that had maybe residual treatment on the roadways is washed off. And as the snow begins to accumulate, they'll have to get out and begin freshly treating the roadways. This storm's going to be bringing flooding rains to portions of the Ohio and Tennessee Valley, as well as that risk for severe weather. Locations across the Ohio Valley and into the Northeast, likely to be obviously too warm for snow. What we're going to encounter is the drenching downpours, 1-2 inches of rain in just 12 hours. That's why we have the flood watches. Now, areas of the Ohio Valley that have already experienced rising creeks and streams from some of the recent rainfall will be more prone to flooding. From Cincinnati to Pittsburgh, that's the zone for rain and even rumbles of thunder overnight tonight into Monday. Yeah, Boston, you'll be out of the scope of thunderstorms, but you will experience some periods of rainfall by Monday night. Then a blast of colder air is going to infiltrate the Midwest and the Northeast behind this early week storm. Temperatures forecast to drop as much as 20 degrees by later today in the Midwest. It'll be Tuesday in the Northeast. And that's going to kind of open the door for more wintry weather to return as the week progresses. If you got kind of spoiled with the warm-up that we had seen over the weekend and late last week in parts of the heart of the country, get ready. As the week progresses, we're going to be kind of flipping the clock back as far as weather's concerned to potentially some mid-January type temperatures. Yep, very cold. Another Arctic blast is going to sweep into the heart of the country. All right, after the severe weather we saw across the Midwest on Saturday, again, another active night. You've got the clash of the air masses, the traditional spring-like setup. Warm air to the south, aiding in the development of severe thunderstorms, as the jet stream overhead provides vigor to the volatile weather setup. Severe weather had broke out Sunday afternoon across parts of Arkansas before extending east across portions of Missouri, which that remains active tonight. Storms are forecast to impact Arkansas, northeastern Texas, and western Tennessee through the overnight hours tonight. About 4 o'clock this past afternoon, local time, there was a tornado confirmed by the National Weather Service over Cache, Arkansas. Another confirmed tornado over Broomfield, Arkansas, just after 5:30. Now, not all the ingredients that are necessary for severe weather are expected at the same time. That may kind of limit the magnitude of this event, but even still, the anticipation is severe thunderstorms that fired up this past afternoon, producing gusty winds, flooding downpours, and as we've seen already, several tornadoes. Straight line winds could gust to 80 miles per hour, and that's alone strong enough to cause some power outages, property and tree damage. This weather continues through the overnight hours for portions of the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley, including the risk of some isolated tornadoes. Severe weather threat stretching from Little Rock, Arkansas to Memphis, Tennessee. The severe threat all begins to shift further east as we head through the day on Monday, expanding into portions of the Tennessee Valley and the Ohio Valley. Locations from northeast Louisiana into West Virginia could all be impacted. So anywhere from Jackson, Mississippi to Nashville to Charleston, West Virginia. Once again, be alert for downpours that could produce ponding on the roadways and flash flooding. Any sudden wind gust could also pose an additional travel hazard with reduced visibility. Looks like the heaviest rain overnight, Sunday night to Monday, across parts of the central Mississippi River and the Ohio River Valley may bring 1 to as much as 4 inches of rainfall. At even a few locations, forecasters at AccuWeather say we could see 7-inch rainfall totals. Now, with this much rain in a 24-hour period, Obviously, flash flooding is going to be a concern, especially since much of this zone has already been the target of heavy rain over the past couple of weeks. All right, we'll get to the snowy side of our storm system. Just here, I'm looking at the map. You've got tornado watches, as I mentioned, in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, flooding concerns all up the Ohio River Valley. Winter weather advisories from central and northeastern Kansas through southern and eastern portions of Iowa, northern Missouri. Tornado watches, southern Missouri, winter weather advisories, northern Missouri. How bizarre is that in the same state? Much of northern Illinois, winter weather advisories extending up into the Chicago area, southern Wisconsin, and right through the heart of Michigan as we head into our Monday. So like I said, a little bit of everything in the mix when it comes to our severe weather. I'll try my best to keep an eye on the tornado warnings, because especially when you're out there on the road, you may need to pull off the road. And you know that advice they always give, does anyone actually follow that advice of it's better to get out of your vehicle and lay in a ditch or a low-lying area? Instinct says, no way, I'm staying in the safety of my vehicle, right? But that's always been the advice. On a Monday morning, who we got checking in out of the box? Hello to Zorro, Monday. Philly Dan is on board. Yeah, I saw that statement. Philly Dan says, Lori Lightfoot says she has the biggest Peterbilt in Chicago. She didn't use the word Peterbilt as in truck. She used the other word as the male appendage. Oh, it all makes sense now. Anyway, stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Richard, morning from Central Florida, 68 degrees. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Hello to Buster Brown. James, good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. Clear in 64 at this hour. There is no gas station under $3.99 a gallon. It's up 50 cents a gallon since just Friday morning. Yes, and get ready, James. If you think the pain at the pump is already off the rails, we saw another dramatic jump in oil prices here in just the past 6-8 hours. We closed out the week having surpassed $110 per barrel on the markets. Yesterday, Sunday, in after-hours trading, we hit the $130 per barrel mark, people. They've been telling us the concern is if we see $150 per barrel, we could be looking at $7 and $8 per gallon at the pumps. That's realistic. And all signs are pointing that direction. Where the hell is our administration? Where's our leadership in Washington? If Donald Trump were president weeks ago, he would have been talking about incentivizing, using our resources, get that fracking going, open that Keystone pipeline. We have to get our own production up and running. But more on that coming up here. Hello to Heavy D. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe and keep on trucking. Brian is on board. Tank, morning, Steve, from Memphis tonight. Happy Monday. Got a nice 76 degrees here tonight. Getting ready to head out west, and everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Yeah, 76 degrees. You see, you're in that warm zone. That's why you're in the setup for potentially severe weather overnight tonight. West Michigan checking in with 35 degrees. Ready for the best 5 hours in radio. Good Monday morning. Hello to the show dog waving a hand from Minneapolis. Good morning, Brother Steve. Good to have you with us there, Evan. Dave, morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. That's Jolly Green Giant, isn't it? At the home 20 tonight, but have a good night from Jolly Green. Hello to Mark. Hello to Brett, 44 degrees with thunderstorms in St. Louis. Captain Ron checking in with 70 degrees rolling through Gainesville, Florida. Happy Monday, everybody. Semper Fi. Horse feathers, let's see. Home in the middle of a 34-hour, 34-hour restart. Looks like the hours of service relief is going to end Tuesday. I guess that's at the midnight hour, right? 11:59 p.m. So that's for the fuel haulers. Based on the way things are going, they may sooner than later have to re-implement that because they're talking about potential shortages and whatnot with the Russian oil it's looking more and more like they're going to try to take the Russian oil off the market. And that's 10% of the global supply. We don't rely nearly as much on the Russian oil as Europe relies on it. Either way, hello to Danny. Morning, Steve. 60 degrees here in Northern Virginia tonight. Let's go, Brandon. Michael, morning, everybody. 74 in West Monroe, Louisiana. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all praying for the families that have lost loved ones and those in the path of the storms. Everybody, please stay safe, and let's go, Brandon. Hello to Pappy, 59 degrees in Cincinnati. Rain, go away. Day one for all the overnight drive with Steve. Let's go. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Jimmy Jammer checking in. Miguel is on board checking in. Back. Oh, no. Already back in Facebook jail? I couldn't check it twice last week. Wishing everybody a safe night out there. You just must be posting all those hateful things, Miguel. 75 degrees in Port St. Lucie, Florida. Hello to the 15 car. Perfect night in Charlotte tonight, sitting out on the porch. Safe travels, everyone, and have a great week. 007 checking in from the Beloit, Wisconsin, the Flying J tonight. Let's see. Crazy Ray says Trump 2024. Sean says, it's time to get your electric car, right? Well, that's what Biden and these crazy tree-hugging environmentalists want us to do. They think that's where we're all going to run out today and purchase an electric vehicle. Look at these numbers. Gas, we have surpassed the $4 per gallon mark for the national average as of this past day. Yeah, right at $4 per gallon, according to AAA. This is the highest since, remember the financial crisis, 2008? There we are, July of 2008, not adjusted for inflation. Prices rising at a unbelievable clip in just the past week. 40 cents per gallon, national average more than a week ago. 57 cents a gallon more than just a month ago. California's average is $5.28 per gallon. There are stations approaching $7 per gallon in California right now. The underlying cost of oil accounts for more than 50% of the cost of gas that we put in our vehicles. And as I said, oil is trading at levels we have not seen since 2008. And I can't recall, did we even reach $130 per barrel? I think we may have briefly back then. All right, president of Lippau Oil Associates said the next stop for the national average is $4.50 per gallon. As supply disruptions will ripple across the energy complex, oil buyers reducing their purchases of products from Russia, causing Russian refineries to actually shut down. Dock workers are refusing to unload vessels carrying oil and gas. Insurance rates are skyrocketing, causing the vessel owners to cancel ship bookings loading in Russia. And this is also impacting the ability of Kazakhstan to sell their oil. This is just going to place more inflationary fears across the overall economy. Biden has been saying for months they're working to bring down prices at the pump. Well, so much for that. With prices up so sharply, some are now calling on the administration to pause the federal gas tax. That question was posed late last week. And Nancy Pelosi, she actually gave, I guess, an honest answer. It's a good idea, but there's no guarantee that the producers or the retailers are going to pass. If you say the federal fuel tax is paused and you don't see the prices come down, they're just going to be pocketing what we're supposed to be saving. So I don't know. Maybe they can work out something more on that. 23 past the hour. Our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, the kind of night where travel on the interstates, major interstates, is really slowed down because of the torrential rains. Not a good night, not a fun night to be rolling through much of Indiana. Right now, from Fort Wayne all the way down to, say, right about Bloomington, Indiana. Anything north of Bloomington, that line from about Cincinnati, Ohio to Bloomington, Indiana. Yeah, rains are going to pause for several hours overnight. And believe it or not, we're expecting to see the temperatures actually tick a few degrees warmer into the lower 60s before the next line, the actual front begins to push through. Last I saw was about 4 o'clock in the morning. We could see some of those stronger storms. That would be the storms that are back stretching from like Effingham, Illinois now to the east of St. Louis. You'll begin to see a break in St. Louis as well. Still some of those strong, possibly even severe thunderstorms. Southwest Illinois through south central, rolling into southeastern Missouri. North central Arkansas extending all the way down into even areas west of Little Rock. Little Rock hasn't even seen the storms pushing through there yet. So here we've had about an hour or two of some pretty darn heavy rain here in southwest Ohio. Gradually, things are going to be winding down. Again, briefly, just a pause between the system. From Cincinnati up toward Dayton. You may even see a bit of pause in the precip in the Indianapolis area before the next round comes rumbling through. Meanwhile, hold the front door. What's going on? Are you saying you're at the home 20 tonight?
Yes, sir.
How about that?
Let's see. What did I do? There, that's got to be better. Yeah. So, anyways, I went out and did Monday's work yesterday, and so I got done about noontime. So by 10 o'clock Monday night, I'm supposed to be ready to go for a brand new 70. So, yeah, they're thinking the propane people are thinking that the hours of service are going to be that all that exemption is going to not be renewed for another month. So I was thinking it was gonna, with this last Clipper system coming through and then this stuff coming through this week and everything. I was expecting another month to come through, but I don't know. We'll see who's right. We'll see if the truck driver's smarter than the people that sit there behind them computer screens. Oh, wait a minute, I didn't mean you.
If you were out there on the roads this past day, I mean, everybody's kind of asking. I'm hard pressed. I did get the video you sent my way about the convoy. Was any issues, any backups in and around the Beltway yesterday? Did you see or no?
I wasn't down there. I was Northern Maryland and Pennsylvania working yesterday, so I wasn't down DC way. So the only thing I saw on our 6 o'clock news, they had about a 15-second bit of it there, the 11 WBAL in Baltimore. So I don't know if you can get on their news site, but it looked like the convoy when it was going around the Beltway. From what I understand, they did 2 laps on the Beltway. They went around 2 times.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if they were on the inner loop or the outer loop, which direction they went. But they looked like they stayed in the third lane. And they had all the trucks in just one lane in the third lane. So they were going a little bit slower than the rest of the traffic around them. But on a Sunday, it probably wouldn't take much. And then they were returning to Hagerstown. And I found one of them that was doing a live TikTok, and I was messaging with them a little bit, and this guy was saying that they're going back to Hagerstown to the racetrack to be there tonight, again overnight, where they were over the weekend. They arrived there, Friday, I believe, and then waited Saturday, and then did the trek to DC yesterday on Sunday. They're going to make another return to DC today.
Really?
And I don't know what their plans are, whether their plans are just do more loops on the Beltway or whether they actually have a destination. I couldn't get that information divulged in the the messages I was doing with this driver on the TikTok. So, and I didn't find anything else to go along with that anywhere, any place they posted any more videos than that. I didn't get on the YouTube, and they're doing more YouTube videos and TikToks, but anyways, so as I say, they did successfully get to DC, make 2 laps around the Beltway, and then return to Hagerstown. So as I say, whether they go back again tomorrow and try to go further than just the Beltway,
that could potentially make
more on the Beltway.
Even if they stayed on the Beltway, that would create a lot more traffic with a weekday versus the weekend.
Absolutely, especially a Monday. Mondays are always the busiest. It seems like Mondays and Wednesdays are the busiest on that road. So anyways, what else we got going here? We had a couple other things going on here. Looks like that Andrew Cuomo, he's got a problem with the cancel culture people. Have you seen this in the news? He actually made like a campaign speech type deal at a church, and he's got a big issue with the cancel culture because he's not been charged, Your Honor. They run him out of office, but then all the people that were complaining went away, and now they're not charging him. How did that happen? Can we hear about stuff like that with other people we know?
Not very often.
But I mean, like Kavanaugh and that, they didn't get rid of him, but all these people that had all the complaints, they all just disappear after they get past the situation. All the people that are making the complaints seem like they go away, and where are the charges? So I don't know. And I don't know. There was something else that was on the news too that caught my eye.
Would the people of New York actually be willing to go back and elect this guy again, Cuomo?
Well, I don't know where he's planning on running or what he's planning on running for, but they were saying that, I mean, maybe he's running for like city dog catcher or something somewhere or something. I don't know, but they were saying in the news there that it looked like he was making like a campaign speech type deal at this church, but you know, here you know, the left is starting to feel the cancel culture now, you know. So maybe what you thought was going to be good to get rid of your enemies isn't so good because it's going to come and get you too.
It comes full circle. Yeah. Yes, it does every time.
Yeah. Yeah. And there was one other thing that I caught in the news and I can't remember now. Always happens. But anyways, so yeah, we'll be here for a little bit. I don't know. We'll see how long I can stay awake for. It's kind of hard. Kind of got myself on a different cycle here, in and out with the way I've been running here. And so, yeah, we got a couple of things we're doing around the house and got you on the big screen TV here. So,
oh boy.
Anyways, yeah, no picking your nose, Your Honor. We'll be able to know this time.
Gotta pay attention.
So,
all right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. We'll get to our news break here, Horse Feathers. And obviously, I don't expect you'll be with us for that loneliest hour in radio. You'll be sawing logs by that point in time. Let me see. Someone messaged, going back to 2008, what did he say? Michael said the highest price oil reached was $147.02 a barrel, July 11 of 2008. I'm looking at the current ticker, which West Texas Intermediate is at $126 per barrel. Brent crude, $130.30, $130.30 at this hour. Oh boy, the pain at the pump is only going to get worse. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
More than 1.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries over the past 10 days. The UN's High Commissioner for Refugees tweeted that the mass exodus is the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed his nation.
Оккупированных территориях. Ко всем, кто нас слышит, кому не стерли память пропагандой.
He urged his fellow Ukrainians to keep up their resistance to the Russian invasion. A second attempt to evacuate civilians from a southern Ukrainian city fell apart due to Russian attacks. Russian and Ukrainian forces had agreed to an 11-hour ceasefire, but Ukrainian officials say Russia had closed the corridor. Several outlets reporting that civilians have been killed in the evacuation attempts. More than 300 are dead and at least 700 people have been injured so far. This is USA Radio News.
Do your pets have the same energy they used to? Do they have problems with itching, scratching, a dull coat, or goopy ears? Then your pets need Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com.
For over 20 years, pet owners have trusted Dinovite to supplement their pet's diet.
We started Dinovite, and in our first box, we noticed a difference.
Dinovite is an all-natural daily supplement made from whole foods that help support your pet's immune system, digestion, skin, and coat.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
Today's commercial pet foods are processed at high temperatures, which bakes out all the essential goodness. These processed foods can lack the essential vitamins, enzymes, and probiotics that contribute to overall good health. Adding a scoop of Dinovite to your pet's food bowl is the answer.
If you love your pets as much as I do, you want to do what's best for them to live long, healthy, happy lives.
I have 2 cats and 2 dogs. All 4 of them are on the Dinovite.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, as I mentioned at the outset, as we fired things up at the midnight hour Eastern time, as we make our way into a Monday, deadly weekend as far as Mother Nature's concerned. What is confirmed as, I believe, an EF3 tornado tearing through the Des Moines area Saturday. Now, the latest, I'm seeing at least 7 fatalities reported between 2 Iowa counties after the large, damaging tornado in the towns of Winterset, Iowa, and Patterson, Iowa. Both of those are in southwest of Des Moines. The deadliest tornado in Iowa since 2008, according to the Des Moines Register. As of Sunday morning, preliminary results from Saturday night suggest at least an EF3 tornado. Now, this is the enhanced Fujita scale for wind, indicating wind damage, wind speeds of 136 to 165 miles per hour. The director of the Madison County Emergency Management Office said the 6 of the reported fatalities occurred that at least 25 to 30 homes had been destroyed by the tornado. You go back early Saturday afternoon, a tornado watch was issued for parts of Nebraska, Missouri, and Iowa in preparation for the upcoming severe weather. About an hour later, the first tornado warning of the day was issued. Throughout the afternoon, additional tornado warnings were issued just after 4 p.m. National Weather Service confirmed a tornado near Corning, Iowa, and Prescott, Iowa. Shortly after, a multi-vortex tornado was spotted in Patterson and Winterset, Iowa. Before heading closer to the Des Moines area, tornado warning was indeed issued for Des Moines shortly after 4:30 local time as the tornado approached closer to the city. Structural damage near Patterson. Des Moines International Airport was in the path of the tornadic storm as it moved to the northeast, threatening air traffic and those in the airport. As the dangers of the storm became clear, the airport decided to stop all air traffic and evacuate everyone to the tornado shelters beneath the airport. Just after 5 o'clock Saturday afternoon, the confirmed tornado was near the southernmost part of Des Moines. Possible damage associated with the tornado was spotted in Winterset, Iowa, by storm chasers in the area. All right, as the tornado system made its way through Des Moines, it also crossed I-35, resulted in traffic cameras in the area capturing the storm coming through. In Norwalk, a town just south of Des Moines, tornado damage reported there by KCCI News. Several homes damaged, power lines down. Avon, a small town south of Des Moines. The tornado continued to move through the northeast, putting more of the Des Moines area at risk. When the storm approached the northeast side of Des Moines, the tornado crossed Highway 117 in Colfax, just northeast of Des Moines. After impacting downtown and southern Des Moines, the tornado headed towards the northwest side of Newton, Iowa, crossing Interstate 80, indeed flipping a semi-truck just west of Newton as that cell moved through. Then we go on into the evening hours. A little before 11 o'clock Central Time Saturday evening, Iowa's governor issued a disaster proclamation. After the severe storms turned deadly, there were 6 fatalities in Madison County, including 2 children. Another fatality reported in Clariton, Iowa, in Lucas County. As of early Sunday morning, 42 preliminary tornado reports, most of which were sent in from Iowa. Damage reports began to flood in, citing snapped trees, downed power lines, damage to barns and homes. Now, even during the early morning hours Sunday, tornado warnings were still being issued across central Indiana as those storms rolled eastward. Power outages across Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, and Indiana. Over 70,000 by Sunday morning. And throughout the day, Sunday, crews were out gradually restoring power. It looks like outages declined from over 10,000 Saturday evening to just over 2,000 by Sunday morning. That was in the state of Iowa alone. Then this past afternoon, National Weather Service confirmed another tornado had touched down in Iowa Saturday. That was an EF1 tornado with a path length of about 8.5 miles that tore through Benton County for about 11 minutes Saturday evening. So it was indeed a very active weekend, deadly weekend when it comes to Mother Nature. Hey, what do you say? Let's get back to our calls at 844-844-3388. Is this Cookie?
It is.
Well,
so
hi.
good to talk to you, Steve.
What's been going on, Cookie?
I've been shopping on the website for Hot Shot Secrets, and I'd like to have my little code, if you wouldn't mind giving that to me.
Oh,
and I had a couple of questions.
First-time caller from Cookie,
I'm
huh?
a first-time caller.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What are your questions?
Well, I told my son, who's now my chief mechanic, that I was going to be calling in, and by looking at the website, I found out that I probably need the Gasser Deep Clean package. So I'm going to go ahead and order that. But he wanted me to ask, on a 1964 John Deere 3020 diesel, the additive to put in the diesel fuel that has low sulfur off-road diesel. You know?
Oh, that would be a question for Chris. I mean, I'm thinking the diesel extreme, but I'm not up to speed on the tractor equipment and whatnot. That's not my forte.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can.
If I called in, they could tell me then.
Oh,
I can
yes,
just call in
absolutely,
to them
yes, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, for your vehicle, what does
right.
that gas package? Does that come with? Was that some stiction eliminator for the oil side and gasoline extreme for the fuel side?
Right.
Okay.
Some transmission stuff too.
Okay.
I drive a 2004 Ford F-150. So it's got several miles on it, about 172,000. So I just want to take good care of it. It still runs decent, looks pretty decent. So I'm going to hang on to it for a while. And I was going to ask you too, is there any charge to attend the truck driving show down in Louisville?
I know they've got the early registration. Normally they cut that off at some point, and seeing as close as we are, I don't know if you can register online still or not, to be honest. In the past, it's been $10. $10 gets you up. If you wait till you get there to get your badge, $10 gets you the badge. Good for all 3 days.
Okay. Well, you said Princess is going to be there, right?
She is. Yes, she will be there working the booth with me.
Awesome. I'd like to meet her and tell you how much I appreciate you. It's been kind of a struggle in the last couple of years, and you've been just a highlight for me. And my favorite callers, Vic and Ranger, I love hearing them call in. So gives me something to look forward to.
That's great. Well, you might get to meet some of those cartoon characters there when you come by in Louisville. Put a face with the voice that you hear on the radio.
Right. Well, I hope you get a lot of good callers tonight, and I thank you, and we'll be listening in.
Thank you so much for being a listener and one of our friends out there. And yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you if you can make it into Louisville, 24th, 25th, and 26th of March. Yes, less than 3 weeks away. We're into the 6th, actually the 7th of March, here this Monday morning. We will return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Always great to hear from those first-time callers. I love that. Cookie, give us a call anytime you want to join in. And I think Cookie's just one of those folks out there listening in, not driving a truck for a living. And you don't have to be a truck driver to call in. Yeah, our program's for everybody out there. I'm trying to recall, I think, of course, Friday morning, if you missed the show, Chris Gabrelchik joined us, talking the latest, what's going on with Hot Shot Secret. Had a great program answering listeners' questions. We had, I believe, four first-time callers, a lot of new voices on the program this past Friday morning. And, of course, you can always go back and listen to the podcast at your leisure on all the varying podcast locations. Hey, in the world of motorsports, I got... Ryan emailed me last week and he said, I kind of miss your old racing reports. And yeah, of course, for many, many years, Seg would record our racing reports and we had like nightly updates. But hey, he put together a little report for us this morning. Formula One announcing Friday that it has terminated its contract with the Russian Grand Prix promoter, and Russia will no longer have a race in the future. The American-owned Haas Formula One team has terminated the Nikita Mazepin's contract with their sponsorship with Ukrali. Now, Nikita is 22 years old, apparently the son of a billionaire Russian oligarch who maintains a close relationship with Vladimir Putin. Nikita's father, Dmitry, is the owner of Uralaki, which manufactures potash, which is an ingredient in fertilizer. And the list continues to grow. Russia becoming isolated virtually across the world, and the board in the world of sports and so many other. Over the weekend, you had even Visa and MasterCard, the credit card companies, announcing they're terminating operations in Russia. Your Visa and MasterCards apparently will no longer work for any purchases. I think it was it outside of Russia? And if you're trying to make a purchase from something in Russia, you will not be able to make the purchase with a Visa or MasterCard. I've got more on that. Got the full story here. In NASCAR, Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the Pennzoil 400 this past day. Christopher Bell captured the pole, led the field to the green flag. Alex Bowman won stage number 1, his first stage win since back in 2020. Team Trackhouse, which is owned by Justin Marks, with the co-owner Pitbull, picked up their first ever stage win with the driver of their number 1 Chevrolet, Ross Chastain, as he won the second stage. With 3 laps to go, Kyle Busch was leading the race. Eric Jones smacks the wall coming out of turn 4, which set the race up for a green-white checkered finish. While everyone pit for fresh tires, it was the Hendricks cars that took a gamble, taking on just 2 tires, with Kyle Larson being first off pit road, with Busch being fourth. On the restart, Larson lined up on the outside of his teammate Alex Bowman. Larson and Bowman raced side by side for almost 2 laps, with Bowman edging ahead in that last turn to clear Larson coming out of turn 4 for the win. Larson was second, Ross Chastain third, Kyle Busch finishing fourth, and William Byron rounding out the top 5. They're in NASCAR action this past day. Actually had an update on the World of Outlaws sprint cars as well. Friday, the World of Outlaws were at the Cotton Bowl Speedway in Page, Texas, for the Texas Two-Step, as they call it. Night number 1 saw Sheldon Haudenschild pick up the win after starting 7th and making the race-winning pass on lap number 25 of a 30-lap event. Saturday was night number 2 of the Texas Two-Step. Carson Macedo made the winning pass with 5 laps to go of the 35-lap A-Main. All right, I can't pronounce the name. Some of these guys in the World of Outlaw sprint cars. But thank you so much for the updates there, Ryan. Do appreciate that. Yeah, I did not get to catch the racing action. I think I had to hit the hay about 2:30 in the afternoon there Sunday, and I was flipping through the channels. The race doesn't even start till 3 o'clock. I guess I'm going to miss the race. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Eagle, got you coming up. We'll get to Heat Wave. There's one of our friends that knows more about the tractor stuff. Hello, Horse Feathers, thanks. You got an answer for Cookie?
Yeah, sure, Your Honor. Actually, what'd she say that was, a 3020 diesel?
I believe, but it's going to be the low sulfur diesel off-road, as she put it.
Yeah, well, off-road diesel is no different than the regular on-road diesel, except for they don't charge tax on it. So it's a red dye.
The dye, so, all right. So it's the red dye.
Yep. Yep. So there's actually no difference in the fuel, in the type of fuel and all that, and that tractor really doesn't need the low sulfur. It wasn't ever designed for it, the ultra low. So, but anyways, no, you'd start out the same exact way as you do everything else there. You use your stiction eliminator for your original clean out, and then, switch it over to the FR3 after, the next oil change. And then on the fuel side there, you start out with the diesel extreme.
Yep.
And then switch it over to the everyday diesel treatment. So
very good.
Just like with all the...
I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to give bad information, because she's talking about a John Deere, and I'm like, I don't know squat about the off-road farm equipment and whatnot. So.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Nope. All that is all the same way there. There's no difference in it. So as I say, you do your clean out originally with the stiction eliminator, and then switch over to the FR3, and then as I say, with the fuel, you use the diesel extreme for the first time, and then what, every 6 months they say to do that or something like that. And I don't know, it depends on the amount of use. I mean, if that's a tractor that's getting heavy use in the summertime and sleeps through the winter a lot, or, if it's somewhere it does all the snow removal and stuff there, if it's in the winter conditions and works harder in the winter sometimes. A lot of these farmers have multiple tractors there, so some of them don't do as much work as others, so it might not need the heavy clean out, but I'm not sure, if sitting is as bad as running them. I've never really heard on that side, but definitely use it, the everyday diesel treatment, and if it is being used in the wintertime, of course, use the winter anti-gel in it. So
very good. Well, I knew somebody out there would have the answers to our question there with the off-road, the farm equipment. He's a John Deere guy himself, horse feed. Well, he's going to be bringing his John Deere down to the Mid-America Truck Show. All right, quick plug before we get our news break. I was just punched over. We do have a tornado warning issued from the Weather Service office in Little Rock, Arkansas, northwestern Randolph County, central Fulton County, and Sharp County. These are in, Randolph's like eastern Arkansas. Fulton and Sharp counties are north central Arkansas. Radar indicated rotation about 11 miles northeast of Cherokee Village. That system moving northeast 55 miles per hour. Tornado warning for about the next 15, 20 minutes there. And we'll get back at it after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
More than 1.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries over the past 10 days. The UN's High Commissioner for Refugees tweeted that the mass exodus is the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed his nation.
Оккупированных территориях. Ко всем, кто нас слышит. Кому не стерли память пропагандой.
He urged his fellow Ukrainians to keep up their resistance to the Russian invasion. A second attempt to evacuate civilians from a southern Ukrainian city fell apart due to Russian attacks. Russian and Ukrainian forces had agreed to an 11-hour ceasefire, but Ukrainian officials say Russia had closed the corridor. Several outlets reporting that civilians have been killed in the evacuation attempts. More than 300 are dead and at least 700 people have been injured so far. This is USA Radio News.
How does Balance of Nature help your body? Well, let's look at the science. Your body is made up of billions of cells. Each one of these cells has a specific job to do inside of your body, from carrying oxygen from your lungs to your brain to fending off diseases and other foreign invaders. So how do you keep these all-important cells healthy? You have to feed them fruits and vegetables. Eating a diet rich in a wide variety of fruits and vegetables will give you all of the necessary nutrients your cells need to carry out their jobs. Balance of Nature provides your body with this wide range of nutrients in the easiest way possible. You don't have to worry about buying, storing, or preparing produce every day. All the nutrition fits easily into your hand. Trust the science and start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and be sure to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
Add American Express to the list of financial institutions suspending operations in Russia behind the invasion of Ukraine. The company says its cards will no longer work in Russia, and cards issued locally will no longer work outside of the country. Amex adds it will terminate all business operations in Belarus and halted relationships with banks in Russia hit with sanctions. Visa and MasterCard announced similar actions this weekend. Former Vice President Mike Pence said during a speech he gave in New Orleans that the Republican Party has no room for Putin apologists.
Pence has also argued about the merits of NATO, standing in stark contrast to former President Trump, who has previously suggested withdrawing from the alliance. Pence has also appeared to hit out at Trump for his repeated false claims that he lost the 2020 presidential election because of voter fraud. The former vice president said that elections are about the future.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175.
We haven't seen it this high in a long, long time.
The pain at the pump continues. Gas prices across the United States are now averaging $4.01 a gallon. AAA saying the national average for a gallon of regular rose to $3.92 on Saturday, up from $3.84 on Friday. Patrick DeHaan of GasBuddy.com tells MSNBC you're also going to start seeing the prices of everyday items rise as well.
Anything that touches a truck, commerce, deliveries, groceries, lumber, going to the store, anything that is being shipped via semi-truck is eventually going to get hit.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Actor Mila Kunis and her husband, fellow actor Ashton Kutcher, promised to match $3 million worth of donations to support Ukrainian refugees escaping the Russian invasion. Both actors met while working on the Fox sitcom That 70s Show. Kunis, born in Ukraine, immigrated to the U.S. with her family in 1991. The couple hopes to raise $30 million altogether. As of early Sunday afternoon, more than $16 million was raised on a GoFundMe page. Kunis said in a video that she's a proud American and that she has never been more proud to be a Ukrainian. The opening ceremony for the Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race returned to Anchorage Saturday. It was canceled last year because of the pandemic. The race, slated to start on Sunday, begins 75 miles north of Alaska's largest city. The winner expected to show up in Nome about 9 days later. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And welcome back. Hour number 2 as we roll into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. They go by so fast, huh? In the blink of an eye. All right, hope you didn't get spoiled by the warmer temperatures we saw. I mean, unseasonably warm. And for some, still, as we're at 59 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour, looking to probably warm up several degrees for the next round of storms pushing through in the early morning hours. Now, the first official day of spring is just 2 weeks away. Mother Nature's not done dishing out wintry weather for portions of the country. Big time change on the way this week as temperatures could plunge to levels more typical of midwinter, like mid-January. Cold is first expected to settle in to the northern plains by midweek. By Thursday afternoon, temperatures are forecast to be as much as 20 degrees below normal for mid-March. What does that translate to? How about a high temperature of 19 teens on Thursday in Minneapolis? The normal high would be just a few ticks shy of 40. Fargo, North Dakota, expected to hit 14 degrees. Now, temperatures have averaged below normal in those cities so far in the month of March. For some other locations, this wave of cold will no doubt be a shock to the system. Sioux Falls and Rapid City, South Dakota. Now, you've been running a good 20 degrees above normal here in the month of March. Your afternoon temperatures are going to swing to almost 20 degrees below normal by Thursday. While cold, dry conditions settle into the area, a storm is expected to ride along the southern extent of the cold, spreading some snow from the Rockies into the Midwest. Highest snowfall will occur over the elevations of the Rockies. Several inches may extend across parts of South Dakota, Nebraska, on into Iowa, southern Minnesota, and Wisconsin into Thursday. Could make for some slippery travel along portions of I-80, including Des Moines, where they're cleaning up after the destructive deadly tornadoes over the weekend. Even colder conditions are expected to settle into this zone by the end of this week. clearing skies will accompany the cold air moving in from Canada, which will further drop temperatures, especially during the overnight hours. Thursday night, by Friday morning, some locales across the north central states could be flirting with record low temperatures. Morning lows are forecast to be in the single digits in Colorado Springs to Omaha, Nebraska, and Minneapolis, while cities like Denver and Fargo could all be below zero. Low temperatures in the northern high plains, just east of the Front Range, probably 5 to 10 below zero. Again, this would be temperatures more akin to January. Now, this midweek snowstorm is likely to help ease temperatures to come to fruition. So if snow is able to lay on the ground, these departures will be probably more likely to occur. Higher confidence, in other words. By early Saturday morning, freezing temperatures may reach as far south as northwestern Texas. Even the Dallas area, some cities like Amarillo and Oklahoma City may dip into the teens late this week. I mean, you talk about the real weather shock. That cold air is going to then shift eastward this coming weekend behind another potent storm. While the temperatures won't be quite extreme as what we see across the northern Rockies, either way, temperatures 10 to 20 degrees below average are definitely possible. The jet stream apparently is going to be diving southward, another storm that could bring more snow to the eastern U.S. is expected to help transport that cold further south and east. Good news is likely on the way for those who do not like the cold. The eastern half of the country is expected to experience moderating temperatures by next week, kind of erasing the extreme cold. This is going to be a pretty significant cold shot, although it will be brief, as a warm-up is expected to follow again the following week. But get ready for weather whiplash, as they call it. Our number, 844-844-3388. And Eagle checks in this Monday. Good morning, Eagle. How was your weekend?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I'm out here on the road now. Making my way to Georgia right now. You know something, Steve? I'll get to Russia after I get off of the truck driving deal, since this is a truck driving show. Let me say this, Steve. Hey, I told you I've been driving trucks for a long time, man. As I was driving today, when I made my way through Little Rock, Arkansas. They got 3 truck stops at this exit, and I was in complete shock at what I seen on the billboard for diesel fuel when I rode through Little Rock, Arkansas today. I know California has, they always have exaggerated prices out there, but in Little Rock, the price is $5 a gallon for diesel fuel. I was in total shock at that amount that I seen on that billboard. And the owner operator, Steve, as I was driving today, when you drive by used truck parking lots where they sell used trucks at, they got so many trucks in them parking lots, my man, you can't even get trucks in them. These these fuel prices are gonna put owner operators out of business, Steve. There's no way. There's a few people that'll survive, but if the price is gonna get even higher, you gave an update on how much a barrel of oil is gonna cost. It could be $7 to $8 a gallon, and there's no way that you can pay your truck bills, owner operator, and still survive, Steve. This is going to be a graveyard for owner operators. Truck, the few that's left out here on the road, they've already just about buried them to begin with, and this might be closing the coffin on the owner operator, Steve. This is some serious business right now, and I see no stop. That's the sad part about this deal, Steve, is that it seems like it's not. I see no end, no daylight at the end of this tunnel. Do you see any daylight at the end of the tunnel, or when these prices are going to stop rising? Do you see any daylight?
Nothing until this administration gets off their ass and starts doing something about getting our production up in this country. Elon Musk, the electric car guy, said over the weekend, we have to start producing oil, which you'd never expect an electric car guy to say something like that.
Yeah, it's embarrassing, Steve. We've been talking about Biden since he got in the White House. The first thing, I live down here in Texas. The first thing that loser did was shut the pipeline down and put a lot of workers out of work, truck drivers, oil people, and there's no excuse. There's no excuse for us to be dependent on these countries for oil, not when we got oil right here in our own damn country. Like I told you, Steve, Joe Biden is a compromised man. He's compromised. He basically sold us out to Russia, China, and any other country that wanted to get in on the deal. It's a damn shame what's happening in America right now, Steve. Like I told you last time I talked, if you looked at that news conference, State of the Union that Joe Biden got, if he had any pride about himself, he would step down from the position. If he had any pride in himself as a man, the man can't even. It's obvious that the man has dementia, Steve. He can be stumbling and bumbling through his words as he speaks. And, you half the time he look like he's about to fall asleep at the microphone. It's a complete embarrassment. Do you really think, Steve, that Joe Biden demands any fear from Vladimir Putin? Do you think when Vladimir Putin was watching Biden on the microphone on Monday night and the Chinese guy, do you think that they are afraid of Joe Biden? Is there any kind of fear?
No.
There's no fear whatsoever in this loser. None at all. It's an embarrassment. They're sitting there laughing the whole time. I guarantee you that Putin and the president of China, because they're both friends, they were both I guarantee they were on the telephone after Biden finished, and they were laughing their asses off at this guy. It's an embarrassing, Steve, that those are the three people, most powerful people that we have in the U.S. were sitting on that stage on Monday night with Harris and Pelosi. What she was laughing about, I don't know. But like I say, you see how she treated, the way she treated Donald Trump when he was in the White House, when he gave his State of the Union. She ought to be ashamed of herself, at the treatment that she tore up the paper right behind Donald Trump.
Yep.
If anybody's speech should have been torn up, it should have been Joe Biden after what he said on Monday night. But Nancy Pelosi, she's a loser, just like Joe Biden. So I wouldn't expect nothing less from a person like her. Now, let's move on to the situation. Well, let me say one last thing about the fuel prices, Steve. Like I said, America, we're in big trouble. Joe Biden, he continues to talk about sanctions, and the only person that is reverberating back to is the American people. We're going to be the ones, not Vladimir Putin, not the Russians, not those. They're not going to pay the price. The Americans we're going to pay the price for his stupidity with high gas prices. And like I say, anybody that voted for Joe Biden, shame on you. That's all I can say. Now, let's move on to Vladimir Putin, Steve. Now, at this point, Steve, you have to call a man like him. You got to call his bluff at this point. Okay, now, it's been 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since Vladimir Putin stepped into Ukraine and trying to take the country over. Okay, now this guy is threatened to use nuclear weapons. At some point, this man's bluff, Steve, which I know that Vladimir Putin, he is a very ruthless and dangerous individual. But Vladimir Putin knows that if he pushes that button to launch nuclear weapons towards the USA, that's the end of him, and that's the end of Russia. So Vladimir Putin is not going to launch any missiles towards the United States. He might launch some missiles towards Ukraine or one of those countries over there, but I promise you, not even on his worst day will he decide to push a button to launch a missile to the U.S. because he knows that he will be evaporated. That will be the end of him and his country, and he won't have nothing to show for it. So he's not going to do anything. But unfortunately, we have a president who will not call that man's bluff, Steve. Because, see, I'm going to tell you how I told you this weeks ago how I know the sanctions are not working. Biden can shut down every bank he want to shut down in Russia. He can confiscate every luxury yacht that these billionaires have over there in Russia. These thieves that steal from their countrymen over there in Russia. He could take everything they own, multi-million-dollar home, And guess what? They're still not going to matter. And the reason why I know it doesn't matter is because even after all these sanctions, Putin is still trying to take over Ukraine. It hasn't stopped him not one bit. So Biden, come up with some more sanctions tonight while you're thinking, and see if that'll work. And I already know it's not going to work. So the only thing you can do with this guy, Steve, with Putin, is you got to call this guy's bluff and tell him point blank, you get your people out of Ukraine, or you're going to reap. He said the U.S. is going to reap the repercussions if we make a bad move. No, you're going to make the way you put it to a guy like him is, if you make the wrong move, you're going to be the one that get evaporated, my friend. And until we get a president that thinks like that, Steve, the United States will always be second, as long as we have Biden in the White House. And it's a damn shame that listen, Steve, we had the strongest military in the world. You know how much money the U.S. has invested in this military? And Joe Biden, as far as I know, hasn't launched not one missile since he's been in the White House, not in Afghanistan and not in any other country. That just shows the weakness in this loser. And like I said, we're in big trouble, and it starts right at the top. And like I said, I'm going to say this one last time. Anybody who voted for Joe Biden in 2020, shame on you. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
There you go. All right, Eagle on a roll right out of the box on a Monday morning. All right, coming up later this morning. Hey, by the way, it's overnightdriveradio.com or tncradio.live right after the program this morning. You'll catch this weekend's edition of the Trucker Radio Show with Stan Campbell. Of course, if you haven't caught that before, the Trucker Radio Show filled with music and fun. Yeah, but they balance out with critical information for the transportation industry and the public as well. Later on this morning, Tom Kelly, Captain Tom Kirk, and the team will be bringing live updates, the interstate conditions around the country, of course, an active weather day. They've activated the TNC Radio Storm Center, and they'll be passing along live reports from the road. They're also going to go live to the convoy to hear how things are unfolding with the People's Convoy there. Been difficult to get a lot of information over the weekend. As much as I was scouring, I just couldn't really find a whole lot. I did get an email from the Red Mule, and he said Bloomberg actually had a blurb on it. But he did say Congress police have declared an emergency in relation to the People's Convoy. All right, by the way, you can catch tncradio.live. Download the app, app.tncradio.live. 24/7, including our program, Overnight Drive, every weekday, encores on the weekend. Remember, when you're using the app, you can actually call the station using the one-button dialing feature. And yes, that one-button dialing feature also works here with the Overnight Drive. Back into, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, just looking at the blurb from Newsmax this past day, here all along I was under the impression that Saturday was going to be the day that they rolled into the Beltway around D.C. Hundreds of trucks, recreational vehicles, and cars circling the outskirts of D.C. Sunday. The People's Convoy, originating in California, of course, has drawn participants from all around the country, calling for an end to pandemic-related restrictions and primarily mandates, a.k.a. vaccine mandates, for those crossing the U.S.-Canadian border. Hundreds of vehicles gathering Friday and Saturday at the Hagerstown Speedway, the racetrack in Maryland, about 80 miles northwest of downtown D.C. Sunday morning, many left in the convoy to drive slow laps on the Beltway, circling the city, honking their horns as they set off, with hundreds of onlookers waving American flags. Now, this report says the convoy, more than 2 miles long, was slowing traffic at points along the Beltway by late Sunday morning, but not bringing things to a standstill. Now, it remains unclear whether the convoy yet has plans to drive into D.C. downtown. Organizers, of course, said the plan Sunday was to stay on the Beltway, then head back to Hagerstown. Now, at the racetrack Friday night, one of the participants who described himself as the lead trucker told the cheering crowd that he would drive his truck into the heart of the American capital. D.C., the government, whoever, can claim they have all this opposition for us waiting in D.C., he says, but the flag on the back of my truck will go down to Constitution Avenue between the White House and the Washington Monument. Maybe just a one-truck protest planning to go into D.C. Will others follow? We just don't know. And with that, we'll get our news break here, bottom of the hour, after which we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky pleading with Western nations to close the skies over his country. He also asked for help directly to members of Congress, asking for military planes and other support. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin on that call, the Democrat telling NBC's Meet the Press it was surreal.
To have a person there on the front lines, taking mortars every day and basically seeing his people being slaughtered and willing to withstand all of this and fight back. And all he asked for was basically, just help me. I'll fight my own fight. Just give me the tools to do it.
Meanwhile, a second attempt to evacuate civilians from a city in southern Ukraine fell apart due to Russian attacks. Russian and Ukrainian forces had agreed to an 11-hour ceasefire, but Ukrainian officials say Russians had closed the corridor. Former Vice President Mike Pence, during a speech in New Orleans, says there is no room for Putin apologists in the Republican Party. This is USA Radio News.
Hey friends, John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energize Health. Come on, you've heard about us on Newsmax Television, on Wayne Allen Route. We have helped tens of thousands of people all across America and around the world to lose fat, to reverse every disease you can imagine. High blood pressure, diabetes, Meniere's disease, arthritis. Come on, you can get healthy this year. And because you're associated with WAR, you get a 40% discount. Are you kidding me? We only do that because we love Wayne Allen Root and he loves you. So you just have to take an action step. Be a beautiful, beloved skeptic, but go log on to EnergizeHealth.com, look at testimonials just like you, do your research, listen to Dr. Brian Taylor, log on EnergizeHealth.com and change your life in 2022.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, great to have you along for the ride as we get the brand new week started here. Look at the heat wave, see what's going on out there. Are we on the road or at the hacienda tonight?
Nope, we're on the road, thank goodness. We heading from Barstow to Denver, and I guess we're taking 70, and I hope the weather report was good. I don't want to be out there slinging chains and getting sick again. That was no fun. So how you doing this morning, senor?
Doing well. Had a good weekend. I mean, it was so nice. I think we were like 75 degrees there Saturday afternoon, and I actually threw open the doors and the windows and did a little bit of spring cleaning, kind of cleaning up the secret bunker here. And I actually swept and mopped it after the long winter months of everything accumulating, so cleaned it up.
Well, I guess you had a busy weekend then. Excuse me. Yeah, I still got a little bit of a tickle on the back of my throat, so hopefully that'll go away here pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, once I had once I had my little bout with COVID, I had the whole tickle in the throat for it seems like it lasted damn near a month before it finally started to fade away. Real quick, hang in there. Heat wave. Just got a tornado warning issued from the Weather Service office in Little Rock. You got Cleveland County, Calhoun County, and Dallas County. Those are, I guess, southwestern Arkansas. Yeah, severe storm capable of producing a tornado. So, again, in those counties, heads up, that goes till the top of the hour, just in from the Weather Service in Little Rock. Just wanted to pass that on. Okay, welcome back, Heatwave.
Yeah, not a problem. No, mine was just a regular head cold. I didn't lose any taste or didn't lose my appetite. Wasn't throwing up or anything like that. So mine was just a regular, normal, everyday head cold.
Yep.
Which I was pretty thankful for. Because, I mean, if that head cold was just, that's the first time I've had a head cold in, I guess about 10 years. So I've been lucky. Been really lucky. Okay, well, let's go over stuff. Okay, so Mike Pence is down there giving his speech, and then he's slamming Trump, saying, he was wrong to suggest that he may have been cheated out of his victory. Well, I think there are several steps before the inauguration that is defined in the Constitution or someplace about how you can contest the results. So it's not wrong to do so. In fact, it's the man's obligation, if he feels like he has been wronged, to challenge the results. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He went by step, by the way it was designed. And what happened is people like Pence, a swamp preacher, drugged their damn feet to the point where there was no return. And now, if you really wanted to dig into the ballots, the ballot count, well, you can't do that because the states only had to hold on to the ballots for 6 months after the election, 9 months, and then it's history. So you can't physically see the ballots anymore. But being that what's said there, the Democrats own this big old mixing bowl of caca that they have that they wanted. By God, they got it. And they're going to have to own it. This ain't Trump's. Nothing here is of Trump's doing. This is all done by the Democrats. So they can just go ahead and sit on it. Hell, I'm pretty sure that come 22 and 24, there's going to be a loud and proud scream of "You're fired" to the Democrats. And if there ain't, then this country is absolutely gone to hell, and there's no way to recover. Biden, first day, set this scenario up where we are dependent upon other countries, and what happens in other countries affects us here with the cost of fuel, And of course, with the cost of fuel goes up, everything else is going to go up. And I don't know if it was by design, because it sure seems like it to me. He did not get the support of some people. And at first day in office, he went ahead and repaid those people with a big no support showing by canceling the Keystone Pipeline. And although we didn't get nary a drop of oil to go through there, the promise was that we were going to be able to get oil from Canada, was it the tar sands, and refine that. Now, I don't know if that was going to be for us, if we were buying that from Canada, or if Canada was sending it to us so that we could refine it for them. But, either way, the promise was there. The only person that's making money now is that old boy that owns the Berkshire Hathaway.
Is that Buffett?
Because his rail, yeah, there you go. His cars are hauling the oil via the rail, and of course he owns the rail line that it's coming down from. So, he's making money hand over fist. He ain't worried about this. So, everything that Putin has done, he's planned. And if Trump was in his back pocket, Putin would have done this day one. But Trump wasn't in Putin's back pocket. Trump had that man guessing 7 ways to Sunday about what Trump was going to do. And even if he guessed right, Trump would have changed the tables and changed all the answers to the questions that he had. So this is definitely all Biden's fault. Now, when I was talking to Gilligan, and if you want more information about how the truck thing went, Gilligan actually went in and was with the protest, with the convoy yesterday. So he may have a little bit more insight as to what was going on. But I was talking to Eskimo Mom, Gilligan, Chevy guy, and we're like, all right, well, how does the fuel, dadgummit, what was it? When the cost of fuel gets up to a certain point, then you get a fuel bonus. Help me out here, Steve. I can't think right
surcharge.
Now.
The surcharge?
Surcharge. There you go. Now, how does that work out? Is it when it reaches a certain point, then the surcharge is a quarter for every dollar? Or I don't know how this works out.
It's been a few years.
I was thinking
last time I talked about and broke down those numbers probably was back in 2008 when the fuel surcharge was big in the news. But right now the fuel surcharges, as long as they're keeping up, but you got to remember the fuel surcharge gets passed on to the end user.
Well, yeah, we're all going to pay for it, even the companies that are getting that surcharge. Because, when I posted on your page, when we got fuel, I think it was Friday night in Barstow at the Loves. The gentleman before me spent almost $1,000. Well, he did, 1 penny shy, but that's $1,000 to me for 170 gallons. And I maxed out my company credit card, was only able to get 100.872 gallons. That's at $590 limit that I have on my card with the company. And at the time that was what, $5.89 a gallon. Good night. How are these people supposed to stay in business? Again, this falls right back in Joe Biden's lap. He was the one that cut everything. Had he not done what he did, we would be in a much better position now to throw our weight around the world and say, hey, it may have even been to the point where Putin would have even thought about doing this. But with his deranged state of mind and Putin's deranged state of mind, I don't know. Was this inevitable? Sure seems like it to me. But I believe had Trump stayed in and had he got the support from his party the first 2 years he was in office, we would be in a much better situation now than what we're in. So, anyways, that's about it. I mean, you know, when you see 170 gallons for $1,000,
yep.
I mean, it's just going to get worse before it gets better. I hope them environmentalists trying to throw all them regulations and demanding that you don't drill there because there's the great horny toad of Texas Christian
Right.
University lives in that spot, and we don't want to destroy that. So we need to do what Trump said before he became president: drill, baby, drill. So with that, I'll let you go, and FJB.
Let's go, Brandon.
Have a good night, senor.
There you go. All right, let me get a quick time out here. Back in 2 on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, under the heading, Just My Opinion. Just My Opinion. Came across this post this past day from our friend The Grump, who will be checking in here just ahead. The cost of diesel nearing $6 a gallon in many parts of this country. And these idiot Biden lovers and the tree hugger crowd have this warped mentality that the higher the price of crude, the less people will drive, and that helps protect our environment. What a bunch of delusional idiots. There are actually truck drivers and trucking companies that advocate for higher fuel prices. When that happens, millions of additional dollars are paid out in the form of a fuel surcharge that helps greatly offset the cost of fuel. So they can continue to haul cheap freight and brag about what they're actually paying for fuel after their surcharge. Who pays that surcharge? Well, the answer, of course, is we do. Everyone that eats, sleeps, or breathes foots the bill. Who does it hurt? Well, everyone that eats, sleeps, or breathes, hitting the poor and our Social Security-dependent elderly the hardest. The one organization that profits greatly off high fuel costs is the United States government. Take a look at the pump sometime. See the added cost in the form of state, local, and federal taxes. Taxes that should be plenty to repair the roads and bridges, but do they? Well, of course, hell no. Our gas and fuel taxes has become a congressional slush fund for all things pork. I am an owner-operator and have been for many, many years. The amount of taxes we pay to the government is crazy. Fuel taxes, heavy road use tax, annual license and permits as high as $2,200 plus. Federal excise tax on tires and other necessities. Self-employment, capital gains tax if I sell equipment. The list is endless. So when you have some idiot like Biden and our worthless Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, casually blame everything for high fuel prices except the actual driving cost, which is high taxes, idiotic progressive policies, and Biden's war on fracking, yes, lessen the supply, driving up demand. Remember, Biden released 30 million barrels from the Federal Reserve, our strategic stockpile, bought and paid for by the American taxpayer. What happened to that oil? If it was sold to the oil companies, refined, and then sold on the global market? Congratulations, naive people, you were hoodwinked once again. The oil was sold and fuel costs still went up. Does anyone call their congressman and say, hey, jackass, how about suspending all fuel-related taxes when the cost of fuel is over $3.50 a gallon? Well, you would hear a resounding F you. We need that money for potholes and our pet projects. Now, in California, fuel blends has become the Baskin-Robbins of refined products. Today, they have over 26 different blends of fuel, which slows production and increases cost. That's happening all over the country, thanks to liberal mandates and lunatic policies that they still bitch about dirty air and the ozone going to hell in a handbasket. I don't know, Jack, you know what, about the ozone, but the dirty air is probably worse around D.C. at Crisis Creation Central, located right there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So the question remains, do I get a fuel surcharge? Of course I do. I haul food. And if stores want food on the shelves, my truck has to roll. Small businesses like mine are a necessity to this economy. We are the lifeblood, and not one truck would be on the highway if the fuel surcharge did not exist. I may own this truck, but like nearly every business, my operating costs have unnecessarily soared because of this spineless, sorry excuse for a president, Joe Biden, and the harmful policies he implemented in the last year. Americans are hurting financially, and this one-man economic wrecking crew could give a damn less. Drain the swamp. And as Grump always says, just my opinion, but as always, perfectly good sense. That's a good piece there, Grump.
Well, thank you. I have them from time to time. So you ain't want to buy an electric car, huh?
Hell no!
I've seen your little post there today. I was like, yeah, okay. Wouldn't old Chris have a heart attack if you bought an electric car and parked it there in front of the Hot Shot Secret bunker?
You know
painted it Hot Shot Secret green or whatever. He turned that bunker into an octagon.
Yep.
And I was sitting there thinking about that, and I thought, hey, he makes a good point. You don't need one. He sells products, you know. So, man, I'll tell you what. I listened to. Let me talk about Eagle here for a second. Here, you know, he was talking about owner operators going out of business. Owner operators survive Eagle. You know what you need to understand. buddy, is that this industry is made up of companies that has 5 trucks or less. That's 90% of this industry, 90%. And when you look at all the big carriers that's out here today, I mean the mega fleets and stuff like that, they don't make up 6% of the whole industry. So, yeah, we survive. We survive because we do get paid a fuel surcharge, and we're able to negotiate our rates and pick and choose what rate we want. Now, you will see a glut of trucks that'll hit the for sale lines. They'll hit Robert, or Ritchie Brothers, places like that, auctions. They'll be turned in, just like they were up in the frack fields and things like that when dumbass Obama shut them down initially, back when he took office. The price of oil dropped, and then it shot way up. Then, hey, they went back to fracking. But right now, I look for a lot of permits to get okayed, by the federal courts and things, and it's not going to be on federal property. I mean, Biden has made that clear that he's going to stop all fracking, or pretty much all fracking, on federal lands. He's an idiot, don't know any better. And but we have a stooge as a Secretary of Transportation, and that goofball, I don't know what the hell anybody was thinking by hiring that moron to be in anything other than, I don't know, gay pride parade, and as the grand poobah is. I don't know, but anyway, don't worry about owner operators. We'll survive. We always do. This industry was built on owner operators. We'll just suck it up, tighten the belts. We'll be fine. You mentioned going to war with Russia. Why in the hell would we want to do that? Putin right now is about the most unstable leader I've ever seen in my life. And we've talked about the fact that would he use nuclear weapons? You damn right he would, if it wasn't nothing more than tactical nukes. But I can tell you this right now. If he was to get super stupid and start sending out his alert messages and things to their silos that's all over Russia and Siberia. I mean, he's got over 1,500 of them. If he was to get super stupid and start charging up these damn generators and things like that was going to put off a signature to NORAD or anywhere else that there may be an imminent launch happening, we have one shot at that. If this idiot was to launch ICBMs toward the United States, we got 27 minutes to get ourselves right with Jesus and kiss our asses goodbye, because it will happen. There is no going back once that happens. So I got to ask, why would we want to get into a war with this idiot? It is easier to go ahead and send weapons and do a proxy through Ukraine. Ukraine are holding their own right now. And they're talking now of releasing those 30 MiGs. And also, I think they're wanting to purchase some A-10s. I don't know if Biden is going to release them. But they are, I believe Poland is going to go ahead and release those 30 MiGs that they have. Once that happens, the game changes. Russia is broke. Their people is turning on Russia right now. And, confiscating these ships from these oligarchs. Who do you think put the bounties out on Putin? It was the oligarchs. It was the rich, the wealthy that come from Russia that had their stuff parked in the Mediterranean and in Italy and different places. When you start confiscating their stuff and start locking up their bank accounts, that pisses them off. And they're the ones holding the strings to this idiot. So right now it's a scary time to be in the world when you got a moron like Vladimir Putin that could just, unleash havoc on anybody that he sees fit. Now, he's sitting there chomping.
Yeah, I got to get my news update here. I want to pause there, and when we come back, I'm looking at a story, and there have been rumors and rumblings that Putin is very ill, that he may be dying of cancer and whatnot. I mean, there's London, I believe the Daily Mail this morning that reads, Vladimir Putin is dying in agony from terminal bowel cancer. According to intelligence reports from the Pentagon and in Ukraine, it's believed his puffy face is a sign that he's taking chemotherapy drugs or steroids right now. So just hold that thought. You've got this dictator, crazy leader that's potentially on his deathbed, who for many, many years has openly admitted he wants to return Russia to the old USSR and reclaim the land that they lost with the fall of the Soviet Union. A man maybe potentially just days away from being on his deathbed. Would that prompt possibly irrational decisions? That would make sense. More after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
More than 1.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries over the past 10 days. The UN's High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, tweeted that the mass exodus is the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed his nation
оккупированных территориях ко всем, кто нас слышит, кому не стерли память пропагандой.
He urged his fellow Ukrainians to keep up their resistance to the Russian invasion. A second attempt to evacuate civilians from a city in southern Ukraine fell apart due to Russian attacks. Russian and Ukrainian forces had agreed to an 11-hour ceasefire, but Ukrainian officials say Russians had closed off the corridor. Several outlets are reporting that civilians have been killed in the evacuation attempt. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Pyongyang is at it once again.
For the second week in a row, North Korea is continuing to conduct tests needed to develop a spy satellite. The move comes as North Korea has been carrying out ballistic missile launches, including one detected by South Korea on Saturday. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Officials in the greater Washington, D.C. area keeping an eye on a trucker convoy. Organizers of the People's Convoy say they plan to drive around the Capitol Beltway, which encircles the nation's capital, twice before returning to Hagerstown, Maryland, where protesters have spent the weekend. It intends to repeat the action each day until their demands are met. They want the national emergency declaration on COVID-19 lifted and congressional hearings into the government's response to the pandemic. AAA says the national average for a gallon of gas is now $4.01. Some parts of the country are paying even more than that. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream Sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
A federal appeals court ruled that the Biden administration can expel migrants from the country to limit the spread of COVID-19 under a Trump-era policy. But USA's Wendy King reports there's a caveat.
A federal appeals court on Friday blocked the U.S. government from sending them to locations where they face danger. The District of Columbia U.S. Circuit Court, in part, upheld the government's use of Title 42, a policy put into effect March 2020 to expel more than 1 million migrants without hearing their asylum cases since the start of the pandemic. The panel, however, determined that the families who challenged the use of Title 42 were likely to succeed on their claims that U.S. laws prevent the government from sending them back to countries where they could face harm. The Title 42 policy was enacted by former President Trump in March of 2020 with the stated purpose of preventing those who cross the border illegally from potentially spreading the coronavirus.
The global death rate from COVID-19 is about to cross 6 million mortalities. According to Johns Hopkins University, the toll was at more than 5.9 million as of Sunday morning. Here in the U.S., the death rate is nearing 1 million. At least 750 homes have been evacuated in Bay County in Florida's Panhandle as firefighters battle two big wildfires in an area still recovering from Hurricane Michael more than 3 years ago. No word on when residents would be able to return. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Depending on what part of the country you're in, you could be rolling through rain, torrential rain, severe thunderstorms, or it could be ice, snow. Northern edge of our storm at this hour, I'm looking at it, looks like a mixed bag, kind of a transition. Little sleet maybe mixed in with rain, which will be changing over to snow in the Chicago area. Get on back into northern portions of Illinois. Right about anywhere from right about Peoria northward could be the potpourri of mixed precipitation. Some areas looking at some big heavy snow, others a little rain snow mix, maybe some sleet. Snow from Waterloo to Des Moines in Iowa, all the way back into Omaha, Nebraska. It's like the back edge of the snow would be towards Kearney, Nebraska. A little bit of light snow on down toward Topeka in Kansas. The rainy side of the storm, and there's a lot of it. Rain's now stretching from northern portions of Virginia over toward Wheeling. Pretty much all of northern Ohio. Heavy rains, especially through central, western portions of the state. The heavy rains, again, pushing through Indianapolis at this hour. We're watching a pretty decent line of thunderstorms that have kind of congealed from right about Indianapolis, right down into southern Illinois, down into southwestern Missouri, and now moving into east central Arkansas. Some additional thunderstorms down toward Pine Bluff. We have been seeing some tornado warnings coming out of the Weather Service. The latest was just issued a few minutes ago from the Weather Service in Little Rock. This is for southeastern Arkansas, Bradley County, Calhoun County. Tornado warning in effect till the bottom of the hour. This particular cell moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. But as they always say, tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm during the overnight hours. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now in those counties. All right, keeping an eye on things. Now, before I get back to Grub, let me pull that. I believe it's the Daily Star, alluding to is Vladimir Putin potentially dying? His unsmiling expression shows he's in constant pain, according to sources. This could have made him more aggressive, or he may be attacking Ukraine as he knows he's dying and wants to leave a legacy. An ex-military intelligence officer now working at the Pentagon said analysts have been studying Putin, who is now 69. They believe he's gravely ill. The source said, in the past, we've seen him smile, but in 2022, you are hard-pressed to find any pictures of him looking happy. His looks suggest he's in pain, and our people suggest his angry look is most likely as a result of him being in agony. Our people are confident he's ill. He's concerned about COVID as he's keeping his staff at a distance. Since ordering the invasion February 24, then putting his nuclear deterrent on high alert, raising fears nuclear war could be around the corner, the country's foreign minister also warned that if a third world war were to occur, it would involve nuclear weapons and be destructive. That comes as the former foreign secretary and medical doctor, Lord Owen, accused the president of using muscle-boosting drugs after detailing how his face changed. He tells Times Radio, look at his face. See how that it's changed? He now has an oval face. Yeah, people who say, oh, it's plastic surgery or Botox. I don't believe that at all. Previous shots of the state leader showing him riding topless on the horse or fishing, and his face appears thinner. Yeah, he went on to explain how steroids could alter the face shape and look. Now, he continued, he's on either anabolic steroids as a bodybuilder, and he's proud of his muscles and strips to the waist and everything like that, or he's on corticosteroids. Who knows? We may never know. All right, welcome back, Grump. Thanks for hanging in there.
You bet you. Well, I hope he dies. I don't give a damn what's wrong with him. I hope he dies. He's a bastard and he needs to die. But anyway, if somebody like that, Steve, is gravely ill, that just makes things a hell of a lot worse because he has absolutely nothing to lose. He
exactly.
Don't care.
Yep.
And look, I think we're doing the right thing. I'm not going to give Biden credit or anything else. I mean, I think this would have happened regardless whether Trump was in there or not. When you get some nut that decides he's going to invade a country, he don't give a damn. He's going to do what he's going to do. And the thing that I look at right now is you have people like Elon Musk that is moving their Starlight systems over Russia and over Ukraine right now, and their satellites, and they're opening it up for internet, and they're keeping the propaganda wars going, and allowing people to see what's happening. Keeping the internet open, and as fast as they shut it down, they find another link to to get around it. I mean, this man's Elon Musk is. I got to give him his credit, man. This guy's. He's been on time with everything, and I mean, he's using his own money to do this with. So, I know people hate electric cars and things like that, but he's into a hell of a lot more than just electric cars. And I got all the respect in the world for somebody that's willing to stick their neck out the way this guy has. So he's doing it right. But it's this whole thing is crazy. And like I said, all it takes is just the idea or just the belief that that a launch is imminent. And I was in NATO for 8 years. I worked missiles for played cards with a damn crew billet down in the crew billets with people with some of the launch officers, and it is scary to understand what the destructive force is of these nuclear weapons. I mean, you look at Fat Boy and Little Man, or that was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The destructive force of this. These things, one warhead is more than 100 times that. I mean, they are horrific, destructive bombs, and it just once them damn things are launched, I mean, most of them are going to explode like Little Fat Boy or was a little man, I forget which one. Anyway, it exploded about 1,500 feet above the ground, and it did that much damage. That downward force, just destroyed Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And these things right here, they're gonna explode a lot higher. I mean, once they leave the silos, they tilt to the north. That sets the gyros for magnetic north. And then they're on their way. Once they're on their damn way, there's no calling them back. I mean, we can. I mean, hell, but who's going to do it? I mean, who's going to blink first on a nuclear weapon? I mean, that's the whole thing. And if we was to get involved in this damn war over here with Ukraine, other than just supplying weapons, which China's supplying Russia weapons. I mean, they're buying them from them, so it's kind of a give and take here. They understand that, and there's no good end to this. But if Russia just thinks they're going to waltz into Ukraine and take it over, they got another thing coming, man. It's not going to happen. I mean, these people are fighting tooth and nail. They've got what did they say today? They had 6.5 million men or something like that between the ages of 18 and 60 that are willing to fight. How many Russians are willing to fight? Russia's ready to go home. When they're interviewing some of the regular soldiers, they said, we didn't know this. We didn't know what the hell was going to happen. They don't tell them anything. Back when I was going through leadership school and other military schools, they tell you if you're ever in a war with Russia, shoot the damn NCOs and the officers, because the regular troops don't have a clue what the hell to do. They'll throw down their guns and that'll be the end of it. Well, look where they're at now. I mean, they're, a 40-mile convoy stuck outside of town, outside of Kiev. And if they get a hold of these aircraft and they have able-bodied pilots that can fly them,
Mm-hmm.
If they get a hold of these aircraft, it's going to change, man. I'm serious. It's, Russia does not want to see that. That's one reason why he's amping up on the threats, and telling Poland. Poland's like, hey, buddy, you don't want to jump on us. And they don't. Poland is a very capable fighting force. They have some of the best special forces in the world. They train right alongside our Navy SEALs. And, they're nothing to mess with. But, I don't know, man. I tell you, but getting back to these owner-operators and stuff on, going out of business and stuff like that, I don't know any owner-operators that are broke. Now, you will see some that are another damn car. I don't know if it flipped over or not on these icy roads here. No, he's just sitting in the ditch. But with lights going. But it's, you'll see some owner-operators that carry a ton of debt. They love their bling, and they love this, and they love that. That's the new guys that are, won't drive anything but a damn Peterbilt or a Kenworth or something like that, and you listen to these guys, and damn well they're going to go broke. They cannot survive this. They ride the boards. They take the cheapest freight they possibly can just to stay moving. They're the ones you see in the truck stop that are holding themselves up by their elbows and so damn tired they can't see, because that's all they know is work, 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 work. I work 5 days a week. I'm off 2 days, and I make one hell of a living. Like I said, I'll take home $200,000. Take home, and it's, it always blows my mind that people will get into this industry, and the first damn thing they want to do is just load their truck down with all the lights and the bells and the whistles and everything. Then you look at them, and they got a mouthful of rotten teeth, and they can't hardly function because they're in such bad health. And I'm thinking, what the hell is wrong with you? Why would you do this? Why would you put yourself through this at your age, or even the younger guys that are looking at this? They see these settlement checks coming in, and they think, damn, that's a lot of money. Yeah, it is. Uncle Sam's going to get his share. The maintenance people are going to get their share. And if you're lucky, you'll get your share. That's why I've always, this lease purchase program, that's what buries so many people and puts such a sour taste in so many people's mouths, is the simple fact that they cannot afford to go home. They got to keep that lease paid. And these companies love it, especially in times like this. If we have a downturn in freight, right now freight is running really well. So freight rates is staying up and fuel surcharge is staying up. But if we was to have a downturn in the economy where trucks would be setting and things like that, this is why they have lease purchase programs. this very reason, because they can look at this and say, hey, you signed your name on this lease. Whether you're getting $1 or not, they're going to move the company trucks. They're going to keep them guys happy, but everybody that's got a lease, they're not. I look at me, I can afford to park my truck. It wouldn't bother me a damn bit. I'm just getting ready to buy another truck. And when you look at the amount of money you make, and if you're not saving for your taxes, you're not putting back for your maintenance, you're not putting back for these rainy day funds and things like that. I could give a damn less about lights and bling and stuff on a truck. It don't make me $1. It ain't going to make me look any better going down the road. My whole view when I got into being an owner-operator well over 20 years ago was that to provide a better living for my family, and I've done that. It takes structure. It takes going into and providing, an accountant with a business plan and talking about, how you can make, you're going to make it. And, listening to other people. You don't listen to somebody sit there, with at the coffee bar telling you how much money they make, and then you look at them, they look like 9 miles of dirt road. They're full of crap. They're not making a damn dollar. But, I know Eagle said that, there's trucks and, right now filling up the
used truck
dealership lots and things like that. And there probably is. I mean, there's a lot of companies that I don't know. You can't find new trucks right now, so there's a lot of them that's wearing out trucks, and they're trying to get trades on other used trucks, so it's filling up. I'm thinking about selling one of my trucks, and the one I'm driving right here, I'm thinking about selling it, and it's I could get just about what I paid for it, 4 years ago, just out of the need for these free emission trucks and things, but. No, it's crazy right now, and I heard Heatwave talking about the election. Heatwave got a reading assignment for you, everybody. Read the election clause. And I had a discussion with a guy about he was all up in arms about Pence. He said Mike Pence had the opportunity and should have done it to stop this election. Mike Pence did not have the damn opportunity to stop this election. That's not his role. His role is to call the roll and do the vote. That's it. It's more of a symbolic than anything. He did not have that opportunity. And, when you look at the Constitution, once the Electoral College meets and they certify their vote on the election, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty much, you can have all the complaints and all the, challenges and everything you want. But once they meet and they do the certification of the vote, that's it. That's the way it is. And I don't know, man. It's been over a year now. Dumbass is in office. Let's just hope he don't screw anything else up for the next 3 years. And what worries me more than anything is these dumbass Republicans that'll get in there and they'll find some way to goof things up. They always do. They'll start fighting among themselves, looking like a bunch of boneheads. And that's what I fear more than anything is the fact that they may put some other Democrat in there. I think the Republicans are going to sweep the House. I think they're going to, take over the Senate, and that would be a good thing. Now, quite frankly, if you got somebody with some backbone in the House and the Senate that's willing to, work with the president, or if the president's willing to work with them, then that's what we need. But these two idiots that are in there right now, Biden and Harris. And I'll tell you what, that's 2/3 of the damn Three Stooges, Steve. All they need is one other idiot to show up, and you got the whole shoot match right there.
I don't know, man. I think that stooge was sitting right behind the president last Monday. Wasn't that Nancy Pelosi there in the background? 1, 2, 3. They were right on the stage together. All right. Thank you for the insight. Good to hear from you, Grump. As far as the whole election thing, yes, when the certification is done, that's it, as he said. Yeah, then you have states like Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin right now. They're, the report alluding to, a lot of things that were illegal that took place in the election. That's not going to change who the current president is. My hope, my prayer is, by uncovering things that happened that should not have happened in whatever the state might have been. Pennsylvania, there's another one that those things are corrected and do not happen again in the future. Whether it's later this year, 2022, and especially come the next presidential election. You're supposed to learn by your mistakes. All right, Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, of course, has acquired dozens of businesses in past decades, including the likes of Geico, Dairy Queen, Duracell, and Fruit of the Loom. He struggled to expand his collection due to high prices and fierce competition, but at least it has a sizable takeover slated for next year. Berkshire purchased 38.6% of Pilot, the nation's biggest operator of truck stops and travel centers, in 2017. Buffett's company is set to acquire another 41.4% of the business in early 23, boosting their stake to 80%. The transaction will make Pilot a consolidated subsidiary, meaning its earnings, assets, and liabilities will all be included in Berkshire's financial statements. In its latest annual report, Berkshire estimated that it had purchased the additional 41.4% stake last year, plus all of Pilot's non-controlling interests in partly owned subsidiaries, some of which they may be required or obligated to buy later. It would have spent about $11 billion in total. Now, that's not a huge sum for a company looking to deploy about $80 billion. They've spent far more in the past, paid $37 billion, including debt, to acquire Precision Cast Parts. They plowed $36 billion into Apple stock. Between 2016 and 18, they splurged $27 billion on stock buybacks last year. But still, Pilot is likely to rank among Berkshire's largest deals probably over the past 5 years. Of course, Pilot, founded by Big Jim Haslam as a single gas station in 1958, now operating about 800 locations, employing 28,000 people. Revenue surged from about $20 billion in 2017 to $45 billion last year, and it generates more than $1 billion in annual pre-tax earnings. Under the industry headlines. All right, we'll get a quick timeout news break. And more of your calls ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky pleading with Western nations to close the skies over his country. He also asked for help directly to members of Congress, asking for military planes and other support. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin on that call, the Democrat telling NBC's Meet the Press it was surreal.
To have a person there on the front lines, taking mortars every day and basically seeing his people being slaughtered and willing to withstand all of this and fight back. And all he asked for was basically, just help me. I'll fight my own fight. Just give me the tools to do it.
Meanwhile, a second attempt to evacuate civilians from a city in southern Ukraine fell apart due to Russian attacks. Russian and Ukrainian forces had agreed to an 11-hour ceasefire, but Ukrainian officials say Russians had closed the corridor. Former Vice President Mike Pence, during a speech in New Orleans, says there is no room for Putin apologists in the Republican Party. This is USA Radio News.
Hey friends, John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energize Health. Come on, you've heard about us on Newsmax Television, on Wayne Allen Root. We have helped tens of thousands of people all across America and around the world to lose fat, to reverse every disease you can imagine. High blood pressure, diabetes, Meniere's disease, arthritis. Come on, you can get healthy this year. And because you're associated with WAR, you get a 40% discount. Are you kidding me? We only do that because we love Wayne Allen Root and he loves you. So you just have to take an action step. Be a beautiful, beloved skeptic, but go log on to EnergizeHealth.com. Look at testimonials just like you. Do your research. Listen to Dr. Brian Taylor. Log on EnergizeHealth.com and change your life in 2022.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, heads up if you're rolling along I-55. See, this is like southern Illinois, southeast Missouri. All I know is it says between the 75 and 81 mile marker. You got a tornado warning, which in a little less than 10 minutes, this cell is going to be crossing Interstate 55, again between the 75 and 81, from the National Weather Service office out of Paducah. Paducah, Kentucky. Tornado warning for Alexander County in southern Illinois, as well as Scott County there in southeastern Missouri. Pay attention. Be aware. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388 from out of Washington, D.C., from WUSA. That's, I believe, the CBS affiliate there in D.C. You're talking about giving updates on the People's Convoy. The last update stated hundreds of truckers who, of course, spent the last week traversing the country from the West Coast, headed to the nation's capital to protest mask and vaccine mandates. Now, they've merged with several other organized convoys of varying size as they converged on D.C. To protest in a similar fashion as the drivers that protested in Canada, in Ottawa last month. Protesters, part of the People's Convoy, continue to stress their demonstrations will remain peaceful. Now, they were giving live updates this past day, a little before 5 o'clock this past afternoon. In an email update, it said the People's Convoy confirms that they had been circling the D.C. Beltway before planning to return to Hagerstown in the evening. Participants plan to meet upon their return and at 8 o'clock this morning. I guess they're going to be discussing what will the next move be. Is that the plan there? In D.C., a request for National Guard troops to assist with traffic control during the convoys has now been extended to Wednesday of this week. All right, so this past day, there were indeed some slowdowns along the Beltway. Let's see, slowdown with traffic on Beltway westbound in Virginia from the American Legion Bridge, also around the IKEA in College Park. You saw some slowdowns. So as far as the Sunday morning, the state police were urging motorists plan ahead, possible higher volumes of traffic while traveling in and around the Maryland National Capital Region. That's about the latest I could find. Thanks. Horse Feathers sent me a link from WUSA there again in D.C. Now, back to our calls this morning. Knucklebuster on the line. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. All this bad weather, what a way to start the week out. 25 to 30 mile an hour winds crossing that bridge there in Memphis. I'm over here in Little Rock getting in the rain, and I ain't got but 1,552 pounds in the back of this trailer.
Oh, boy.
So, I got one hand on the wheel, and, well, I used to have a cigarette in it, but I ain't got nothing in there other than that. I ain't got one in there for 20 years, so we'll just keep it that way. Well, actually, 22, that's pretty good. So, well, Pilot, I think Pilot's going out of business because they, some of the pilots have been sold out to local mom and pop. So I don't know. We'll see how all that goes there. You know, he don't keep them companies for long there, so he sells them all and makes money off of them there. And if they take that convoy downtown Washington, D.C., they are probably going to be arrested, Steve. So, but I agree with Grump. Most of the owner-operators out here, or a few that I know, can manage and weather the storm there. But all these that ain't maximizing their profit, they ain't going to make it. They'll be selling them trucks there. Speaking of a head cold, I got a head cold going on myself. Had one all weekend there, and I've had 2 COVID tests. I ain't got no COVID there, so I don't know. Maybe just be that seasonal allergy time there. But speaking of them head colds, there, I sent you an email on the box of human heads stolen from a truck in Denver, Colorado. So I didn't get a chance to read the article, so I don't know what all that is about.
Well, you look back at 2008. I'd have to go back to the archives, and I remember it was kind of like a bloodbath. The last time we saw the price of diesel fuel and gas prices doing what they're doing right now. Remember the number of companies, some small, some large, that went belly up when fuel prices went this way.
Oh, yeah. Well, there'll be more of them. You'll hear them on the radio out there hollering, got a driver, needs a ride on. How can you be a driver if you ain't got nothing to drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Owner-operators ought to be a lot smarter and be maximizing that profit instead of buying all the chicken lights and running 100-mile-an-hour out here one day and 50 the next trying to get that fuel mileage back. You find that email on that box of human heads that was stolen out of Denver?
I did. I saw that. So they were, destined for like medical research or something?
I don't know. I didn't get a chance to read the article. All I seen was got a message about it, and I said, "Oh man, that's crazy." I don't know who would want a box of human heads anyway. Secretary Booty Hole, he's too busy playing mommy to be any good to the trucking industry. And I read where that American basketball star Brittany Griner, I guess that's her last name, she's detained in Russia for having dope in her suitcase there, right? But I don't care because the WNBA players are calling on the league to stop playing the national anthem before the game. See, so I don't care. She can just stay over in jail for 10 years, all I care. And Biden needs to just go join her too because he praised them for being champs of social justice. And here's an interesting article. The bail made by Paul Revere's son that was ding-a-lingied over the British are coming. It returned home. I thought that's pretty neat.
Interesting stuff. Well, so you didn't actually come across you didn't find the box of heads?
The box of heads, I don't know much about that thing other than I sent you the link to it there. So I don't know. It's I don't know why they'd even want to steal a box of heads there.
Somebody somewhere probably got more than they bargained for, is all I can assume. They had no idea, right? Story he's talking about, a thief who broke into a freight truck in Denver last week. Made out with some pretty weird cargo, a box of human heads. According to the release from the Denver Police Department, the truck was parked in East Denver. Someone broke in between like 2:30 in the afternoon Wednesday and 9:30 a.m. Thursday during the overnight hours, right? The unknown suspect stole a dolly and a box which was labeled exempt human specimen. The box was full of human heads meant to be used for medical research. The box also bore a Science Care label. Science Care is a program for donating bodies to science for research and education purposes. All we know is at this point, no arrests have been made. Investigators are working to gather more information to recover the stolen human remains. According to Denver police over the weekend, should someone find the box containing human heads discarded or abandoned, authorities are asking you immediately call the Denver police. Anyone with additional information encouraged to call the Metro Denver Crime Stoppers, where you can submit tips anonymously. All right, can you imagine? You'd be open to hoping you got something good. What have I got? That's not what I wanted. All right, got the high-pressure pumpkin. Got an update on the convoy coming up next. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live From the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, more on the latest Ukraine conflict with Russia coming up here just ahead. Let me get to the high-pressure pumpkin. What's going on this morning?
Hey, morning, Steve. Road update. The Loves in Woodburn, Indiana, which is just right outside of Fort Wayne, my home 20. Gas is $4.09, diesel $5.13.
$5. Wow.
But this convoy thing, you're not going to hear nothing from the mainstream fake news. Little bits and blurbs you hear, couple hundred trucks, couple hundred. Between the trucks, four-wheelers, campers, motorhomes, you're in the thousands participating in this thing. And you might hear a couple mile long.
Right.
Every day this thing's growing. Yesterday's circle around the Beltway from nose to tail was 60 mile long.
See, now, why is that's kind of weird. When I read the report that said, like, at one point it was 2 miles long, and I'm thinking, wait a minute. I mean, across the country, they were talking 30, 40, 50 miles at some points. How all of a sudden, when they actually make the loop, it's only 2 miles long?
They're just trying to squash the true media news about it. A couple real good YouTube pages to follow. One is Sasnak, which is S-A-S-N-A-K. It's Kansas spelled backwards. He's an independent truck driver in it. He's live streaming everything. And another one is just an individual just wanting to pass on the truth. First Responders Media, real good. They're there, video streaming about everything. What they put onto the news, the web, or anything is very minimal because they're trying to prevent planned sabotage. They want nothing to go wrong because they want
nothing to be spun around to where it makes them look bad. A lot of their details is put out through text message to everybody who is in the convoy. They have morning meetings. SASNAC yesterday live streamed yesterday's morning meeting, and it was the head guy, Mike. Very good about. They want government out of our lives. Government's too big. This mask mandate, emergency stuff lifted. That's just the start. Government's getting too big, and people need to realize what's going on. But those couple of YouTube pages are very good to follow. But this whole thing, from start to where they're now, has been, every detail of this has been planned out well before they even started. How far, when they left, where's their first stop? That's been all planned out.
Mm-hmm.
Property been donated for them to stop. Food, everything brought in. Each state that they go through, before they even started out, they contacted the head of the state DOT, told them, we're bringing the convoy through. We're going to be going through at this mile per hour, and we will not bring you guys no harm of anything. Before they even circled the Beltway yesterday, they had spoke to Maryland and Virginia head DOT numerous times on Saturday, told them exactly what they were doing, what time they were leaving, their mile per hour, and both said, we will not, as long as there's no wild cowboys, we won't bother you.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be there to make sure that no four-wheelers or nobody gets crazy around you guys. But if anybody wants to hear a good little talk, look up SASNAC, SASNAK, yesterday's morning meeting. But they're trying to prevent no sabotage. They want nothing spun around. They even have, because they're a non-for-profit, they pulled a non-for-profit for the money coming to help fund this. They have a couple accountants donating their time, handling the money. They have a couple lawyers donating their time to observe the whole process, the books and everything. And then they have a couple auditors who will be donating their time when this is all over to go through everything again. Because they're basically planning on, the government's going to want to see their books of this. You're a non-profit, prove yourself or whatever. So they're covering all their streams. But if anybody wants to firsthand seen that SASNAC and first responder media, they'll see it. Talking to all the drivers, but this is thousands of people involved, and it's not a couple miles. It's
miles and miles. So
many miles.
The story I shared again from that was like WUSA, which is again the mainstream media there in DC. Now, what about the guy they're saying that's alluding to? He's gonna roll his vehicle, down Constitution Avenue, because that's kind of breaking away from the whole. We're not going to go into DC direct. And heard anything more on that?
I have not heard nothing, and the SASNAC, who I've been listening to, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
So whether it's true or not, I don't know, and it could be just somebody just wanted to get their name out there or whatever.
Okay.
But they, like yesterday's driver meeting or meeting for all participating, Mike, when he was talking, he numerous times he said, please, please, please do not break away from the convoy when you're in line. Do not go off track. We don't want to do nothing to give the media food to spin this around and make it look bad at us. Numerous times he alluded to that. Stay in line. keep your speed and be professional.
Very interesting. Well, thank you so much for the update there, High Pressure Pumpkin. As we roll toward news update, top of the hour just ahead. Hey, I'm looking at just a couple of reports in from the National Weather Service office, a couple of tornado warnings. It's, as anticipated, they said that the threat for tornadic activity would continue even to the wee early morning hours. Yeah, the latest is, let's see, from the National Weather Service office, Memphis, Greene County, and Clay County. Those are eastern Arkansas. And northwestern Pemiscot County and Dunklin County. Those are southeastern Missouri. So, again, radar indicated tornado moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Said tornado and hail up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Then we had another that just popped in a couple minutes ago. Another out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Let's see. Monroe County, Jefferson County, Lincoln County, and Arkansas County. All of those considered like southeastern Arkansas. That cell moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So again, seeing a lot of radar indicated rotation with this line of storms. And the line down into Arkansas, it's a pretty thin line, but obviously very well defined. Going to be looking at Jonesboro getting hit with some of these pretty heavy thunderstorm straight line winds. Everything going to be approaching, I guess, the western portions of Tennessee over the coming hours. Memphis later this morning. Potentially could be under the gun with severe weather in the mix. All right, quick update out of Ukraine. As we heard Senator Manchin this past day, he was in on the conference call, or the Zoom meeting, as they referred to it, with Ukraine's, I guess, Ukrainian member of parliament, kind of pleading with our Congress this past weekend. He said, we need help protecting our skies. That is our priority. But it would only require planes and defense systems, not your pilots. He said, I had a Zoom with more than 50 American congressmen from both parties, Republicans and Democrats. I asked them to support us with air defense systems, gasoline, and aircraft that you could give to us. We have wonderful pilots. We don't need your boots on the ground. We don't need your pilots in our sky. We can do everything else ourselves, but please help us with aircraft, air defense systems, and weapons. He said Ukrainians right now are essentially coming up against tanks with Molotov cocktails. So you understand, this is something historic. But we could do so much more if we were really armed, he says. Now, he's also joined a militia designed to protect Kiev, denouncing Russia's breaking the ceasefire agreement, where apparently many of the civilians were injured and some killed. There needs to be a humanitarian corridor for hundreds of people there, women, children, wounded people. And when we collect these people, organized, and we're ready to sit on buses and leave for the city, Russians started shooting exactly at the place where people were considered to be organized. Unfortunately, they was something that we were prepared for, unfortunately. And with that, we get our news break. Hitting the midnight hour on the West Coast, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wants a no-fly zone implemented over his country. He made that plea, among others, in a video call with some members of Congress on Saturday. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin was on that call. The Democrat on NBC's Meet the Press says it was surreal.
To have a person there on the front lines, taking mortars every day and basically seeing his people being slaughtered and willing to withstand all of this and fight back. And all he asked for was basically, just help me. I'll fight my own fight. Just give me the tools to do it.
Meanwhile, a second attempt to evacuate civilians from a city in southern Ukraine fell apart due to Russian attacks. Russian and Ukrainian forces had agreed to an 11-hour ceasefire, but Ukrainian officials say Russians had closed the corridor. Actor Mitchell Ryan died Friday of congestive heart failure at age 88. He was the villain in the first Lethal Weapon movie. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Allen Root, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
An American basketball star is in hot water in Moscow.
Russian authorities have arrested star WNBA player Brittany Griner after finding cannabis oil in her luggage at a Moscow airport. Texas Democratic Representative Sheila Jackson Lee criticizes Russia for the move.
Anyone that is killing and attacking and destroying Ukraine, their neighboring country that does not bother them, has no right to hold Ms. Griner.
If Russian officials rule Griner guilty of transporting drugs, she could face up to 10 years in a Russian prison. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Hundreds have been evacuated in Bay County, Florida, which is in part of the Panhandle, where two big wildfires are raging. The area is still recovering from Hurricane Michael, which struck it more than 3 years ago. The fires are threatening at least 750 homes. There's no word on when residents are able to return. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
The former vice president delivered a message to party donors.
Former Vice President Mike Pence told Republican donors that the party has no room for Russian President Vladimir Putin apologists. Pence has also argued about the merits of NATO, standing in stark contrast to former President Trump, who has previously suggested withdrawing from the alliance. Pence has also appeared to hit out at Trump for his repeated false claims that he lost the 2020 presidential election because of voter fraud. The former vice president said that elections are about the future and that the party cannot win by fighting yesterday's battles or by relitigating the past. The speech from Pence, made during an event in New Orleans, came just a week after former President Trump praised Putin as a smart man, while downplaying the Russian invasion of Ukraine in his speech. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
Actor Mila Kunis and her husband, fellow actor Ashton Kutcher, promised to match $3 million worth of donations to support Ukrainian refugees escaping the Russian invasion. Kunis was born in the Ukraine and immigrated to the United States with her family in 1991. The couple hopes to raise $30 million altogether. As of early Sunday afternoon, more than $16 was raised on their GoFundMe page. Listen to News Anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There you are. Welcome into a Monday morning. Yeah, full weekend of the month of March. We are now 7th day of March, 2022. All right, Josh, you had a good weekend. Scotty sent me a link from the marquee, and where's he at? Needles, California. Regular gasoline, $6.39 a gallon. Mid-grade, $6.49. Premium, $6.69. Diesel, $6.99. Of course, they do still use the 9/10, so it's $7 a gallon for diesel in Needles, California. And it just begs the question, how high are the numbers going to go? I've been keeping an eye on the oil prices this morning. Let's get the latest, because they had been in excess of $130 per as of Sunday evening. The very latest from oilprice.com. Let's see, right now. All right, Brent crude is right at $129 a barrel, so down a little bit, down $1 since the midnight hour. West Texas Intermediate, $125.50 cents, $125.50. Latest numbers. And I guess what's the latest breaking news? They're saying, yeah, Russia is threatening countries that are departing with prosecution. Come on, Vladimir, the whole world is on board with what's going on, trying to isolate you. Foreign companies, including energy firms, which are ditching Russia, will be considered pushing their Russian subsidiaries to deliberate bankruptcy, which under Russian law includes criminal prosecution for top managers, according to the Russian deputy prime minister. Under Russian law, deliberate bankruptcy resulting in damages over 1.5 million Russian rubles, which, well, as of a couple days ago, that would be about $13,300 US. That ain't much. Carries criminal liability. The companies leaving Russia will get fast-track bankruptcy protection, or they transfer their stakes to local managers until they return to Russia. According to Reuters' summary of his comments, obviously, many international companies, oil majors, have announced that they're going to end their involvement in Russian projects and Russian companies in recent days. BP was one of the first to announce they're going to divest from Russia. And just in a matter of days, many other Western oil majors followed suit. Russia said on Sunday they would divest their 20% stake in the Russian giant Rosneft. A day after BP, Shell also said they would exit their equity partnerships with Gazprom entities, including the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline project, their 27% stake in another LNG facility. They held a 50% stake in Salem Petroleum Development. Norway's Equinor also decided to stop new investments into Russia and begin the process of exiting their Russian joint ventures. ExxonMobil discontinues operations of the Sakhalin-1 and will make no further investments in Russia. I mean, it's all across the board. Meanwhile, about 11 past the hour, and our number, 844-844-3388. Hey there, Heat Wave.
Hey, what was that thing Grump told me I need to read? The election, was it clauses or?
Yes.
I should hate to sound like an idiot when I start talking about these things, and if I'm misinformed, I wish somebody would inform me. And Grump, I got a lot of respect for. I know there's a few people out there that think he's full of hooey, but I give everybody a chance before I make my final decision. But I think I trust Grump on this, and I want to read up on it to make sure I don't sound stupid, that I have a better understanding of how the election laws are.
I'm trying to remember. I thought he said, look at the. I thought he said election clause, but I mean, I'm looking down the list of clauses, and I'm not finding an election clause. So I may have to go back and listen to which one he was actually mentioned. But he's going back where he said, what actually Mike Pence as vice president did not actually have the ability or legally to halt the certification kind of thing. Did you catch that? Said basically what his job is just to call the roll call or whatever, and then hold the vote, and that's pretty much it.
Well, I mean, if what Trump was doing was supposedly not the right thing to do, was Hillary's plea for the electorals to change the people's vote in her favor, was that illegal act or just an immoral act?
Right.
I don't know. Yeah. So, but anyways, hey, in the last 14 days, we have had some serious issues. That 2 Fridays ago, we had a 14-year-old kid, 2 to 16-year-old kid, at a high school parking lot there in Albuquerque, which is like a block and a half away from our terminal. And apparently this kid was using a ghost gun where he bought the different parts for the gun online. And you would think that there would have been something there to keep him from buying the gun or buying the parts to build the gun. So, I know there's a big discussion going on in Mexico over that little issue, and I'm thinking, well, with as many gun laws as we got on the books, I'm sure there's something in them books that have these supposed, quote, ghost guns, unquote, mentioned. How old you can be to order parts. How do you verify your age? Stuff like that. So, I mean, it's really getting out of hand. This is the second school shooting. I think in the first week, they had a school shooting at a middle school, and, of the school season. It's like, parents stop being their best buddy, be a parent and spank that ass when they do something wrong. Because if they can't learn through their eyes and their ears, well, the butt is going to be the thing that'll get their attention when it's getting swatted by the paddle. And here last Friday, they had shut down Interstate 25 for I don't know how many hours. They had a suspected carjacker that had the victim at knife point and driving down the wrong side of the interstate. And a Santa Fe city police officer was in high pursuit, and he hit a firefighter that was going to work, I guess, hit him head on and killed both of them. So now the interstate was shut down for that investigation. There is no way of getting around where they were. There are no service roads. I mean, if you were on either side of the closed interstate, you were just stuck there. Well, they found the person responsible over the weekend. And it wasn't a carjacker, but it was a woman that has done this sort of stunt before in the past. This is like her fourth time.
Really?
And now now that it involves two deaths, I'm sure she's going to be hit with vehicular homicide or contributing. But, we've got too damn many crazy people out there. And apparently this broad was looking for attention. She wasn't getting enough of it. Well, I think she's going to get some now. But in our state, back when Billy Richardson was governor, he abolished the death penalty, stating, we shouldn't kill people, for punishment. And I'm thinking, you know what? You didn't use the damn death penalty to begin with. I think it costs more to house these criminal elements on death row or wherever, more than what they said the execution would cost. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that point too. But it seems like to me, if you have the death penalty and you give them their 3 chances to try to get out of it, to get an appeal after that third sentence, or the third appeal, then damn it, exercise the death penalty. And when you show that you're capable and willing to use it, I think that would be a very good deterrent to murder and capital crimes against police officers getting killed and while you're in the commission of doing your crime. Because that old Boston bomber, that Zherkov, I don't even want to try to pronounce his last name because I may be way off on that. I understand the Supreme Court reinstated or overturned the life sentence and said, no, he deserves to die. Well, as many people as he and his brother inflicted death and pain upon, that was a terroristic attack on our soil. And I would think that would be more than enough reason to give them the death penalty. And some people may say, well, January 6th. No, January 6th was something totally different. It started peaceful, but you can't tell the bad players from the good players when they're all mixed in the same group. All I can say is there's no way in hell 60 people just decided to climb up one side of the wall like Spider-Man. That took concerted effort.
Yep.
Joint coordination. So, you have to use, what we have very little around is common sense. Excuse me. In making these decisions. And, it is not always going to be peaches and cream with these decision making, nor the implementation of said actions that need to be done.
Right.
But, it needs to be done. Anyways, that's all I wanted to catch up on there. I thought, I didn't know if y'all had heard anything about the shooting in that car accident or car chase.
That one I had not caught. Looks like Grump's going to give us an answer to your question here. I think you dial it back up and see if I can pull him up here real quick. Hey there, Grump. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey. Yeah, Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution, it specifically talks about the role of Congress and the Senate in federal elections or in election period. And it's also the 14th Amendment is something else that would help you out. I know you, I don't know, is Heatwave still on there? When he said, Heatwave said that, he said, I'm not sure, something about the election. And so that was the basis behind that. And they actually call that the election clause in the Constitution. It's kind of sub that, but yeah, it's Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution. It specifically lays out Congress and the Senate's roles and the President of the Senate, which is the Vice President, on what his role is, which is basically symbolic. All he does is call the roll, call the vote, and that's pretty much it. When it's been interpreted several times that he does have the ability to, stop the election, and but that's sore losers number one. He does not. It's been challenged before through the Supreme Court. He does not have that power. It's not embedded in the Constitution that he has that power. And the one thing that the Senate, or one thing that the Vice President, once he just slaps the gavel down, that's pretty much it. I mean, he's, like I said, it's kind of a symbolic role for him. But once the election is certified through the Electoral College, then it's passed on to the House, and they vote. And every time you see people that's showing their butts, like Nancy Pelosi didn't vote for Trump, and a lot of them didn't. Schumer, I think a lot of them, they abstained from voting on it, and it's just a back and forth thing. I mean, that's all the hell it is. But it explains their role, and the interesting part of that, like I said, is the 14th Amendment. When you talk about the citizens' role, states have entirely their own rights of establishing their own voting laws. Every state, that's the one thing that they do have, and the way that Pennsylvania got by with that, they implemented their Emergency Powers Act, as COVID, through COVID, and they just started sending out ballots willy-nilly. There's not a doubt in my mind that Trump probably would have won this election if it would have, if it would have been done right. Ted Cruz was one of them that advocated that Pennsylvania was actually subverting the Constitution, the state Constitution, and he wanted to argue that case, and they said no. Rudy Giuliani kind of got a little pissed off. He was, I'm handling this and this kind of thing, and we got it in the bag. Well, they didn't. After the election, after it was done, I mean, it was too late to start challenging whether or not there was votes that were bad or not. That was actually falsified. So he wanted to challenge the law before it ever happened, before the ballots ever went out. And like I said, Giuliani kind of got a little pissed off. He was kind of getting in his wheelhouse, he thought. Mm-hmm. And since he was Trump's right-hand man as a lawyer. And Cruz was 100% absolutely correct about it. He had the opportunity. That would have been the time to challenge all those voting laws. But he was kind of told to, set it aside and let it go. That they knew for a fact that they were going to win Pennsylvania. Well, they probably did. If you remember correctly, Steve, they were ahead by over 1 million votes whenever they stopped counting at midnight. And then the next morning, suddenly they're behind by 600,000 votes. But Trump, he didn't lose Pennsylvania by all that much. I mean, I think it was just a little over 15,000 votes, and that's about a half of one county that he won the last time. So you got to take it for what it is. But if he would have won Erie County, he would have won it. And if he would have won Lancaster County, he would have won it. But this time he lost them both for some reason. When he was way ahead at the stop when they stopped the count. But anyway, it wasn't a shot against him. Or anything like that. He anytime somebody says they think something, and I've read it, I'm gladly help them out. I mean, it's an interesting read. There's a lot of footnotes and different interpretations in the Voting Rights Act, or in the Voting Rights Clause, or whatever you want to call it, the Election Clause. And I think hell, everybody ought to read it. It clears up a lot of the misconceptions about what goes on in voting, and it's just an interesting read. If you like it stuff, I just happen to. So it don't put me to sleep or anything. But anyway, that was what that was about. So if you can look it up, that's cool. If you just take it for what it is, I guess. But anyway, that's it, buddy.
Hey, much like me, Heatwave wants to be passing along accurate information. That's the name of the game. That's what we all want to do. That's all right. With that, it is 844-844-3388. As I continue to, it's been a very active night. I continue to see strong storms. Southeast Arkansas has been under the gun for the last hour or so. And the latest tornado warning continues in southeast Arkansas, Desha County and Lincoln County. So, again, radar indicated over Cane Creek State Park near Star City, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail reported with that particular cell. They've seen a lot of hail this morning as well, especially through in parts of Missouri and Arkansas as we keep an eye on things. It was indeed a deadly weekend. 7 killed Saturday as a large tornado swept through central Iowa. There were 4 injured in addition to those killed when the tornado touched down in that area southwest of Des Moines, about 4:30 in the afternoon. Among those killed, children and adults. 30 homes were pretty much flattened, badly damaged by the tornado. Emergency management officials said this is the worst anyone's seen here in quite some time. One eyewitness tells the Des Moines Register that she and 2 of her 3 daughters were in their home when her husband called her from a nearby shed where he was working and alerted her about the tornado warning. Said she came outside, joined him in front of the house, looking down the driveway toward the southwest, and there it was, the tornado. The flying debris all around it, getting louder and louder. Rushed our daughters into the basement as the tornado roared by within seconds as we clung to one another. Windows shattered outwards, and water began spewing from the pipes. All this unfolded in like a 1 minute's time. The tornado passed by while their family was unhurt. Their home was in ruins. Debris all around, so. All right, some of the initial photos and whatnot observed by the National Weather Service suggest it was at least an EF3 tornado. They had teams out, I guess, actually physically surveying the damage this past day, and it could potentially even maybe reach EF4 status when the final word comes back from the National Weather Service in Des Moines, Iowa there. Get back to your calls just ahead. First, we got to get a news break in here. Got Scotty's coming up, Eagles on the line, Scrapyard checking in. I think he's got an emergency road report. All right, so yeah, I'll bump you right up. We'll get to you next, Scrapyard, right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wants a no-fly zone implemented over his country. He made that plea, among others, in a video call with some members of Congress on Saturday. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin was on that call. The Democrat on NBC's Meet the Press says it was surreal.
To have a person there on the front lines, taking mortars every day and basically seeing his people being slaughtered and willing to withstand all of this and fight back. And all he asked for was basically, just help me. I'll fight my own fight. Just give me the tools to do it.
Meanwhile, a second attempt to evacuate civilians from a city in southern Ukraine fell apart due to Russian attacks. Russian and Ukrainian forces had agreed to an 11-hour ceasefire, but Ukrainian officials say Russians had closed the corridor. Actor Mitchell Ryan died Friday of congestive heart failure at age 88. He was the villain in the first Lethal Weapon movie. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work, because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at MyPillow.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Been doing this enough years to know, although we have not yet had a confirmed tornado there in southeast Arkansas, when you see tornado warnings continue to be issued for hours, going from county to county as the storm progresses along. There's definitely rotation in this system. Don't know if this is one of those that maybe bounces up and down kind of thing, but the latest tornado warning, was just issued. This one covers Desha County, Lincoln County, and southeastern Arkansas County. About 3 minutes ago, that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. About 8 miles north of Dumas, moving northeast 45 miles per hour. So like I said, but we just, every time I kind of refresh on the updates, another tornado warning. We've had a whole bunch of them in just the past 3 hours. So let me get to Scrapyard, who is in Arkansas somewhere. Got an update, live report. What's going on, Scrapyard?
Oh, yeah, we've had a big truck versus multiple vehicle pileup out here on I-40 eastbound, 43.3 mile mark, I do believe it is. But it's backed up all the way to Ozark there at about the Loves or so, about the 37 from what I gathered. Happened a little bit, probably about 20 minutes ago. And all that, it's already backed up pretty bad. So if you can find an alternate route around, you might want to be careful about taking don't go through Whitaker Village there at mile marker 41. That is a lot of hairpins. You don't want to take a truck through there at night. I did it one time. Won't do that again. That's Highway 186. And Highway 186 is the perfect number, not because it will kill a driver. As far as the tornadoes and whatnot, since I got up this afternoon, checking the radar, at least 7 that I know of has been through here.
Wow. Okay.
Had 7 warnings.
Yeah. Now, is that accident in a zone where the weather was playing a factor, you think, or no?
More than likely, and all that. At that point in time, we the backside of this squall line where the cold front is coming down. The temperature, it's 43 degrees here right now. When I left up there at Springdale, it was all of about 34 degrees.
Wow.
And earlier today it was 77 degrees. So it's one tornado came across about 8 o'clock, I believe it was, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, and around the 58-yard stick came across I-40, and it went all the way up through Mountain View and on up into Missouri and all that earlier, and it never broke up and all that. It stayed continuous tornado warning across the state.
It's kind of what we're seeing tonight, yeah.
Yeah, it's getting pretty rough out here. And all that's don't be a statistic, y'all, and I'll let y'all be careful. And don't mind talking bad about you, but I sure as hell don't want to hear anything bad happen to you.
Absolutely. Well, be safe out there. Thanks for the update. Okay, so the line of storms. What you've got is you've got one very well defined main line, the one that's stretching from all the way up in. Illinois, all the way down into Arkansas. But out and ahead of that line, there's a cluster of thunderstorms, and that's where we've been seeing all these tornado warnings, separate from the actual main squall line. I'm looking here, kind of trying to zoom in, stretching from about, Gould, Arkansas, Gould, Gould, Arkansas, stretching up toward Marvel, Arkansas. That's the zone where we're seeing... the purple color showing up on the radar. So that is, torrential rains, hail in the mix. And for hours now, we've seen continuous tornado warnings being issued with the obviously radar-indicated rotation in those particular cells. So Arkansas taking a pounding tonight. Meanwhile, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. See, would that be Eagle by chance? Maybe in Texas, I think it is.
Hello?
Hey there.
It's me, Eagle. Again.
All right, Eagle. All right, I thought that was you.
Well, what did the telephone operator say?
It says shake loose. Shake loose. That's nice. But I mean, down below it says Texas, and I know Eagles always Texas. So
yeah. I don't know how they come up with shake loose, but yeah, Steve. I want to talk about something that I saw today before I say something else about the Russia deal. I want any truck driver that's traveling down Interstate 40, headed towards Little Rock. If you drive by, there's a rest area, a truck rest area right before you get to Little Rock, Arkansas on Interstate 40. I want you to take a look. I should have took some videos with my camera today, but I was in a hurry. I want you to take a look at all the trash and garbage that's on the ground at this rest area. It's really embarrassing, Steve. And this is a state-owned deal. They don't even have to provide this space because cars are not allowed. It's only for trucks. The state of Arkansas. If I work for the state of Arkansas, I close it down because it's really embarrassing. All the trash and garbage that's on the ground. When I pulled through there today, Steve, it's and the sad part about it, they got a trash dumpster. They got a trash dumpster right there in the parking area. It's not like these people don't provide a place for you to throw your trash, and these individuals still throw their garbage on the ground and drive off. And the cars that drive by, they see all this trash on the ground. When they drive, you can clearly see it from the roadway, and that's what they think about truck drivers. The same trash they see on the ground is what they think about you. It's really embarrassing. Now, Steve, another thing that I noticed today when I was driving through Memphis. I don't go to Memphis that much either. And a lot of truck stops are going out of business. I don't know if it's due to the trucking deal with the fuel being high or what's going on. But there was 3 truck stops shut down on highway, you can call it Highway 78, whereas I drove through there. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but I've never seen 3 truck stops on the same block, right on the same street, shut down like that. So, like I say, here's the deal, Steve. I've seen this happen. Like I say, I drive for a fairly, medium to large company. But you're going to see, I believe in the next couple of weeks, Steve, you're going to be giving reports about trucking companies going out of bid. I'm talking about people that's barely making it right now. With the fuel prices being the way it is right now, a lot of trucking companies are not going to be around in the next 6 months. They can't operate their trucks with this high amount of speed. So I believe in the next couple of weeks that you're gonna start hearing about it. I'm not talking about the owner operators. I'm talking about trucking companies with 50, 100, 200-300 trucks like that. These guys are not going to be able to survive. The fuel is just way too high. Now, another thing I wanted to talk about, Steve, I think you talked about this the other day. I've been noticing on YouTube, and it's mainly, like I said, it's the sign of the time. There's a lot of these rookie drivers now, these guys coming out of truck driving scheme. A lot of these guys are making YouTube videos, Steve, about their adventures out here on the road. And here's how stupid these guys are, Steve. You got a guy, I wasn't going to mention the company name, but it's the company's no good, so I'm going to mention it anyway. There's a guy, he drives for a company called Stevens Transport out of Dallas, Texas. And can you believe this, Steve? This guy here is making videos bad-mouthing the company, saying that the company is no good. They don't get him home, that he's not making no money, and that he wish he would have drove for somebody else. Now, so what do you think? What do you think the safety department or somebody like that is going to think when they come get their hands on this video of this guy bad-mouthing the company? He's riding down the road in one of their trucks with a video camera talking bad about the company. What kind of sense does that make for somebody to make a video bad-mouthing the company he's driving for? Now, you still there?
Oh yeah, that pretty much you're looking to seal your fate. You're looking to be driving for another company if you can find another job, and yeah, he's going to get fired.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. Now I know for sure. You can check this out. I've seen this on YouTube. That Snyder, the company with the orange trucks, they have been terminating drivers that make YouTube videos. They do not want these drivers making YouTube videos talking about their company, whether good or bad. And I agree with that. You know, because like I say, when I started driving, you know, they didn't have all these cameras and all this stuff when I got into the trucking deal. You know, it just makes no sense, Steve, to make videos about trucking companies, and you got the nerve to badmouth the company that you're driving for and think they're going to continue to let you drive for them. It just makes no sense for somebody to be that stupid. Now, let me say one last thing about Russia, Steve. You know, a couple of comments that other people have made throughout the night about about Putin. Yeah, you said that the man. I tried to look that up myself. I couldn't find that information. You said that Putin might be that he might be sick.
Mm-hmm.
That he might have an illness. I don't know if that's true. You know, I don't know, because like you said, they keep everything hush-hush with this guy. I don't even know what city he's located in. I don't think nobody knows where the hell he's at, to be honest. I'm pretty sure he's underground somewhere where he's at. He's got to be under the ground in some kind of a bunker or something where he's at. I don't think he would be on. I don't think he'd be doing what he was doing right now, raising all this hell, if he was above ground. That's the way I'm looking at it. If he was a smart man, that's where he'd be underground. But anyway, you said that the man might be terminally ill, and like Grump said, and a couple other people, that makes for a very desperate man, Steve. This man here, he might be, like you say, he might be going out on his last legs, and he want to go out with a bang. And when you got a man like that, you know, that's on his deathbed, this man here, like you said, he could easily get the orders to press that button to launch one of these missiles, and that's what makes him this a dangerous situation with this guy, because you know, he's a desperate man and he wants to go down in history. For some reason, he wants to, like you said, make Ukraine a part of the so-called USSR that used to be a long time ago. He wants to be, when he was in the KGB and all this other garbage. So he wants to go out with a bang, Steve. So it's, you know, like I said, things could get real ugly in the next couple of weeks if this man's health turns to the south. You know, as Grump, you know, he says he knows a lot about the military deal. I know a lot about it, but I don't know, you know, the capabilities of these missiles and how long it would take for a missile to get to the USA from Russia and all this. But like I said, if he does push the button, you know, here's the sad part about it, Steve. I never thought in my life that I would be saying what I'm about to say right now. The sad part about it right now, Steve, is if Vladimir Putin launched a missile towards the United States, I don't have confidence that Joe Biden would launch a missile back at Russia to do the same thing. That's how low down this guy is. I don't think he would have the guts to try to launch a missile back to Russia, and that's a damn shame that the United States has sunk that low. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, taking a look here. Let's see. Fresh out of the box. Got latest tornado warning. Again, Arkansas now moving to northwest Mississippi. You see the trend here? Phillips County, northern Phillips County. That's eastern Arkansas, southwestern Tunica County in northwestern Mississippi. So Tunica, Mississippi next on the list. Again, thunderstorm rotation detected. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. That cell is flat out moving. And we'll give you more as we progress into a Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What else we got here? Yeah, pretty volatile situation weather-wise. National Weather Service did actually expand tornado watches, which now encompass much of eastern Arkansas, where we've seen numerous tornado warnings. You know, those cells about to move into northwestern Mississippi have tornado watches in effect until 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time this morning. Now for western Tennessee. From Memphis to, it's west of Nashville at this point in time. That could expand. Western portions of Kentucky and on up into just the southernmost reaches of Indiana, pretty much, kind of right along the Ohio River line there in southern Indiana. I guess we'll be here as we're about to head into our final hour on a Monday morning. And as long as we can maintain an internet connection. Now, if the power does go out, it might look a little funky in here, but we do have backup for the computer monitors and the phones and whatnot. So we could still be here. It'd just be a lot darker in the studio. I'd be pretty much working by the light of computer screens. I mentioned that because this line, the winds are really starting to kick outside the secret bunker, and I'm looking at that line of thunderstorms pushing through eastern Indiana. A well-defined line stretching from right about Shelbyville, all the way down toward Evansville. It's not quite depicting a bow echo just yet, but it's kind of beginning to show when you see that line of storms with the bow. That is depicting high, straight-line winds out ahead of that line. So hopefully we'll hang in here and get things wrapped up, but it could be kind of a rough morning as we progress into a Monday. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you. We got Blind Man on the line, and after that, we've got clear lines for the first time this Monday morning at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Blind Man.
Good morning, Steve. Well, Amy saw the truckers yesterday when she was coming to my house. They were on 270 in the Beltway, and she waved at them and honked her horn and showed her support, and she was doing the famous pull on the handle, honk the horn and everything. So she's really excited that they're here.
So when her description, I mean, did she have any idea, like how many might have been there? Did she say it was dozens or hundreds, or any idea?
She didn't tell me, but she said on every overpass or underpass, what you call those things, people were standing there and holding signs welcoming them. She never gave me a number. She said they're here. Maybe somebody else can call in and tell you what numbers they saw.
Right. Well, I mean, we talked to High Pressure Pumpkin earlier, and he said it's probably, if not well into the hundreds, more like 1,000. But then you look at WUSA, they're out of D.C., and they said, like yesterday when they got on the Beltway, they said, it was about a 2-mile long convoy, and they're saying, no, it was more like 30, 40, 50 miles long. So you get conflicting reports from the media.
Oh, yeah, you will, and they're going to ignore it anyway. because I didn't hear a blasted thing last Friday, and this one talk show host, Joe Gallagher, was saying, "Oh, it's my fault. I should have never listened to the media. I thought this fizzled out." And truckers were calling him up and saying, "Oh, no, it hasn't." So he said he was going to go to Hagerstown and be among them and then give a report Monday morning when he starts his show. So we'll see what happens, but I know they're here.
That's interesting because
even
yeah, I mean they did their little thing around couple loops around the Beltway Sunday, but then they gathered back at the Speedway there in Hagerstown, and I guess according to what we're understanding, they're making a determination. They're going to gather at 8:00 this morning. And they may head into D.C. again, and that's we're all just kind of wondering what's next.
Well, if I hear anything, I'll call Chevy Guy and one of the other truckers and let them know what I hear locally. But like I said, WTOP more or less tries to ignore anything that's really conservative.
Yeah.
That's the problem around here. They say all news, but they never ever do anything that's helps the conservative.
Well, that's pretty much across the board, nationwide. Blind man when it comes to mainstream media, or as some refer to it, lamestream media, or as Donald Trump refers to it, fake news. Fake news. Now, I do see another from WUSA there out of D.C. After days of anticipation, hundreds of truckers finally descended on the Beltway in D.C., originating at the Hagerstown Speedway in Washington County, Maryland, before heading into the D.C. area on Interstates 70 and 270, circling the 64-mile loop around D.C. twice before heading back to Hagerstown. Now, one resident cheering on the truck drivers at a Beltway overpass in Northern Virginia. She said the protest was about much more than COVID mandates. Government overreach, losing freedom of choice when it comes to medical decisions. We've got to uphold the Constitution, she said. We should all have a choice. We should all have freedom. However, the trucker convoy left other locals in the D.C. region confused, and some even angry. One resident and his friends were traveling from Pennsylvania to D.C. when they caught in the truckers' traffic on I-70 in Hagerstown. He said at times the convoy traveled as slow as 30 miles per hour. Dante Gonzalez says, "Go home. This makes no sense." It's the absolute back end of what we hope is the pandemic. One D.C. resident says the truckers' efforts felt hypocritical. The hypocrisy is layered and layered and layered. It's crazy. I mean, we're seeing signs that say mandates equal slavery. Now, when the convoy traveled at normal speeds with the rest of traffic, there were few backups on the Beltway. When the convoy purposely slowed down, obviously congestion would build around. Members of the convoy have stated plans to come back to the Beltway Monday morning. On the People's Convoy website, organizers only tell participants to gather at 8 a.m., no specificity as to where the meeting site would be or what further plans were being made here for a Monday. But if you've paid attention going all the way back from the departure in California, they've kept a lot of things under wraps, not making public knowledge well in advance of where their stopping locations would be and things of that nature, trying to avoid any outsiders trying to cause problems. All right, with that, we are top of the hour, final hour yet to come, and plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
We're learning that there have been more than 300 people killed so far in the Russian invasion of Ukraine. At least 700 people have been injured, and the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights believes that the numbers are considerably higher. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky requesting fighter planes from the U.S. on a conference call with some members of Congress. Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., Oksana Markarova, was asked on CBS's Face the Nation when they will get the planes.
We are hoping as soon as possible, and we are working with our American, especially friends and allies, on the steady supply of all the ammunition and anti-air, anti-tank, and planes to be able to effectively defend our country.
Add American Express to the list of financial companies suspending operations in Russia. It's also pulling out of Belarus. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
He played the villain in the first Lethal Weapon movie. He was also a ruthless businessman on the NBC soap opera Santa Barbara, and he had a character role on the ABC sitcom Dharma and Greg. Actor Mitchell Ryan died Friday at his home in Los Angeles. His stepdaughter told The Hollywood Reporter that the 88-year-old died from congestive heart failure. Talks between Major League Baseball and the players comes down to playoffs. Both sides agree on expanding the playoff field from 10 teams. The union prefers 12, while Major League Baseball wants 14. Max Scherzer, representing the players, says they would consider 14 under specified conditions. American gas prices have surged to its highest level in more than a decade due to sanctions hitting Russia, a major oil producer. AAA says the national average for a gallon of fuel is $4.01. Some parts of the country are paying more. California, for example, the average is now more than $5 a gallon. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Testing has resumed in Pyongyang again.
For the second week in a row, North Korea is continuing to conduct tests needed to develop a spy satellite. The move comes as North Korea has been carrying out ballistic missile launches, including one detected by South Korea on Saturday. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A family split over the insurrection last year was on display in court this past week.
Teenager Jackson Refit testified against his father, Guy Refit, in the first federal trial regarding a defendant in the January 6th attack at the Capitol. The teen told the court that his father, who is a member of the extremist Texas 3 Percenters militia, bragged about being on the Capitol steps on January 6th with a weapon. He also said he was proud of his actions and threatened to shoot his own son if he turned him in. The teenager recorded his father bragging about carrying a gun at the Capitol. He also admitted he was the first person to light the fire on the Capitol steps. So far, more than 750 people have been charged in connection with the deadly insurrection. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
Former Vice President Mike Pence told a group of Republican donors in New Orleans that it's time to move on from the 2020 election. He also said there's no room in the party for Putin apologists. Listen to News Anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, coming up a little less than 1 hour from right now, right after the overnight drive, TNCRadio.live listeners. You'll hear this weekend's edition of the Trucker Radio Show with Stan Campbell. Oh, plenty of music, fun, critical information for the transportation industry as well as the public alike. And coming up a little bit later this morning, get into the morning drive. Tom Kelly and Captain Tom Kirk and the team going to be bringing you live updates, interstate road conditions around the country, and with the current weather conditions, they've activated the TNC Radio Storm Center live reports from the road. Also going to go live to the convoy to hear how things are going firsthand with the folks there. Again, now, timing-wise, that'll be perfect because they're supposed to be gathering at 8 o'clock this morning there in Hagerstown and just making the call where they're going to head next, what they will proceed with here on a Monday morning. And it, I don't know about you, it threw everybody for a bit of a loop much of last week. Remember all the reports that were going to be gathering in Hagerstown Friday. The convoys will all merge together, then roll into D.C. on Saturday, which they didn't roll into D.C. till Sunday. Will they roll into D.C., or the Beltway, I should say, around D.C., again here on a Monday? And maybe some of those who've been in the convoy planning to stick around for a while, to get their message heard. Earlier this morning, Grump also mentioned the Ukrainians are putting up one hell of a fight, just based on the sheer armaments, the military might that Russia has versus the Ukrainians, how massively outnumbered they are on all fronts. But over the weekend, British military intelligence, matter of fact, this past day, said Russian forces targeting populated areas, but the strength of the resistance is slowing the Russian advance. The scale, the strength of Ukrainian resistance continues to surprise Russia. Russia has responded by targeting populated areas in multiple locations. Now, they point out Russia had used similar tactics in Chechnya back in 1999, as well as in Syria in 2016, employing both air and ground-based munitions. Russia repeatedly denies that they're targeting civilian areas, but, all you have to do is look at the television footage in all those apartment buildings and high-rises that were residents for civilians that are now in rubble. Those, my friends, are civilian areas, not military targets. But I digress. What do you expect coming out of Russia? Nothing but lies, I suppose, right? Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Sommers. Give me an update on DeSoto County, Mississippi, because Tunica's the next county over.
All right, as far as the severe weather is concerned, let me flip over here.
Right. You said a tornado warning for Tunica County, so that's one county over from Tennessee. So I called her and woke her up. So she at least have an hour warning, right?
That is correct. I'm looking here. Let's see. I'm not seeing nothing in Tennessee just yet. But yeah, it's severe thunderstorm warnings, and again the tornado warning.
No, I'm talking about Mississippi.
Okay,
Tunica, Mississippi had a tornado warning.
And right now it's just, let's see, I'm looking here. Now, this is not tornado warning on this one. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Lee County, Phillips County, Coahoma County, Tunica County, and Tate County.
Okay.
But
I told her, I woke her up and told her to check the weather anyway, right?
Exactly. Yeah. What is Coahoma and Tunica and Tate County? Those are all northwest Mississippi.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's usually it tracks south of where I live, so but still you got to watch it. You never know. We had one come by so close that that's the worst I'd ever seen the wind there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they never did hit my house there. For Eagle, that truck parking area to 135 he was talking about, that's more than truck drivers trashing that place up, buddy. When you see a couch or recliner and a queen size mattress out there laying on the ground, you know that didn't come out of no truck. But some of it is a truck driver. I saw one the other day. They were in there cleaning that trash up off of the ground, and there was a pee bottle, and I bet it was 5 feet from the dumpster.
Wow.
And they got about 4 or 5 dumpsters in there. It ain't just one dumpster. So, and all them boys took over in West Arkansas there, just get on US 64, and that road he was talking about over at that Whitaker Village, they don't call that thing the Pig Trail for nothing. So, I mean, that thing's a bad little road there. Talking about where you go back, when you make a turn, you go back and meet the back of your trailer there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my brother took my mom and daddy on that thing one time, and my mama said if he ever tries that again, I'll skin his britches, right? Well, let's get the good stuff going here. There, this ultra runner, Camille Heron. I guess that's a heron. Yeah, I guess she can outrun you, Steve. I got a 9-year-old granddaughter can outrun most men. I mean, she just flat take off and leave them sitting still like it ain't nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they all are amazed that she could run that fast there. And I read an article the other day that said it's not football players the most at risk at CTE. It's their girlfriends and wives, save them from hitting them in the head and stuff. Don't be hitting no woman in the head. You ain't got no right hitting no woman in the head. I don't care how mad she makes you there, right? And I read this the other day, Steve, if sex can make men marry you, then all prostitutes would be married. A man stays where he is well loved and well sexed, Steve. And that's all my baloney for this go around. And let's do the Hot Shot Secret thing, everybody. Let's keep the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show rolling right on through there. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products there. Kitchen eliminator, fuel optimizer, and all that good junk. Well, I might even have the wrong thing on that one there. Everyday diesel, right? Let's say, I've got too much on my mind going on there anyway.
Steve Sommers Overnight Drive
put Overnight Drive code in the box.
See?
What's that, Steve?
Steve Sommers Overnight Drive T-shirts, hats, mugs, and don't forget to use that Overnight Drive code to get 10% off your order.
Yeah, don't forget to get that roll of dimes, too, before you head down there to Louisville there. So we'll talk at you later, Steve. Have a good morning.
All
I'll
right.
get back, Mama. I think Mama, Tennessee, Mama Knucklebuster. Keep calling in. Bye.
All right. Yep. Thanks for. And if I see any additional warnings coming out of Northwest Mississippi, so that's up in Mama Knucklebuster's neck of the woods as we speak this morning. All right, we are seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings popping up here. You know, that line that's headed toward the secret bunker, southeast Indiana. Yeah, this line pushing through right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings, Ohio County, Franklin, Ripley, Dearborn counties. All counties I recognize in our neck of the woods. Just across the line over there on the Indiana side, 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds. These cells moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So that's for our friends over there toward the casino. Lawrenceburg, Batesville, Aurora, Bright, Indiana, Dillsboro, Manchester, Wilmington, Sunman, all. Again, I-71, if you're out there on I-74 in Indiana between the 145 and the 171 mile markers. Yeah, I-74 in Ohio, right about the state line. Going to have some big-time winds coming through. If you got a light load like old Knucklebuster's hauling this morning, only 1,000 pounds in the trailer, and you could find your truck laying on its side. So heads up there. 17 past the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, happy birthday to Rhonda over the weekend. Now, Rhonda hasn't called in quite some time. I don't know if she's not working, not driving nights like she used to, but I did see this past day. She said, thanks for all the birthday wishes. Can't talk to Mom and Dad, so I'm watching Pale Rider, one of Dad's favorites, there over the weekend. Well, happy birthday, Rhonda. And we miss hearing from you. Got to get back with us one of these days. Meanwhile, Philip on the line. Morning, Philip.
Morning, bud. How you doing?
A little later than usual to be hearing from you. You off this morning?
Yeah, I'm off today. I'm a little under the weather today. I'm having some problems with my feet right now. So I'm just, if I sound a little down, it's because I'm not feeling too good today, but I'm making it through. How you doing other than that?
Doing all right. Had a good weekend. Just waiting for this line of storm to come through. I guess sounds like here within the next hour, we're going to have those 60-mile-an-hour straight line winds, some heavy rain, fun times.
Well, I'm looking at it on the radar right now on my phone, and it looks like it goes north of Cincinnati, and it goes, well, this that's coming at y'all is pretty tight. It's a pretty tight one. It goes all the way from north of Cincinnati, all the way down past Louisville and Ratcliffe and E-Town and all that.
Yep.
And it's going to be a pretty bad one. That one over there in Memphis that you were just talking about with Knucklebuster, that one there is pretty big. It's got a secondary that's coming across Arkansas right now. It looks pretty good. Pretty strong storm. Look like a lot of bow in that one that's coming toward y'all, so y'all might want to hang on.
That's what I was saying a little bit ago. You start to see, that's the bow echo, as they call it, right? The strong straight line winds.
Yep. Yeah, when you start seeing them bow echoes, the storm that's coming towards y'all is really thin and really tight, and that's when that shows that that's a lot of energy. That's going to be a strong storm. But when you see them start bowing, that's when that's characteristics of tornado. So y'all just better hang on there. Hopefully you bunkers all right. So
batten down the secret bunker.
Before I go, yeah, backing down the bunker. I know. I lived in northern Illinois for about 12 years, and I dealt with tornadoes a lot. Plus, when I was over the road, I dealt with them a lot when I drove in the Midwest. But ain't no fun. I know it's like. Last Friday, I heard somebody on the radio call my car a rice burner. Did you hear that?
I recall that, yes.
Hey, Knucklebuster, I got a message for you, bud. If you burn your rice, come on down to Florida. I got a discount at Walmart. We can go buy some rice cookers. So come on down if you ever want to have some rice. I got a rice cooker. I don't burn my rice, neither does my car. Matter of fact, my car is made in Canada. If anybody wants to know where my car is made at, it's made in Canada. So it's not American. I'm sorry, but I had to get what I could get to what I could afford.
Well, I'm horrible. I bought a Subaru. Where's Subaru made at?
I don't know. Is that Swedish, or I'm not sure where that's made at. I'm not sure, but you got to do what you got to do when you have to do it. So it is what it is, and all fun. But there's probably as much parts in a Freightliner underneath the dash there from China as about as many as in my car. So I know it's got to be about the same thing. But Steve, I couldn't believe it. I've seen footage here and there, but I've seen these buildings like you were talking about earlier. If he's not aiming for the public, then why are they knocking down these big buildings with these people living at? In Kiev and all these places.
Yes.
And I don't understand it. I mean, if he was taking down, he was going for them, you'd think he'd be hitting their factory where they work on their tanks at that they showed at a couple of weeks ago. They showed them over in Ukraine. They got a factory where they work on tanks at. I haven't seen them blow up a factory where they make tanks at, but I've seen them knock down people's houses,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get it, so if he's not going for the public, and why is he using a cluster bomb? Why would you use a cluster bomb on something? And then you've got kids on YouTube, there are kids and people on YouTube over in Ukraine showing pictures of cruise missiles coming over their house. Why would you need a cruise missile to go into these big cities? He's shooting them from the Black Sea, and they're going all the way across over to Kyiv and all them places that are far inland. I just don't get it. And I was watching the European news last night, and they were showing he's started bombing in Odessa, which Odessa is like 300 miles from Kyiv south, and that's like towards Romania and all that. So, and did you see where our diplomat for the state is over there right now with the folks in Monrovia, and they're trying to help those folks out because they're getting ready. They think they're going to go to Monrovia. Did you hear that?
I did not know.
Yeah, one of our people from the Office of the Secretary of State for the United States met with the leader of Monrovia. It's a lady. She's a lady, and they met with her yesterday to get everything set up for her now for relief, because they think that Russia's going to be going to Monrovia after Ukraine. So this lady, she's scared to death. She's scared they're going to come over and get her country, which Monrovia is it's a beautiful country. So I don't think he's just aiming for Ukraine as the big picture. I think what he wants to do is he wants to put the Soviet Union back together the way it was when it was the USSR.
Right.
So,
yep.
But that's all. That's about it for me today. And keep her safe out there, Knuckle Buster. I can't call in as many times as you, but if I can, I'll give a call every now and then. So y'all have a good one. Thank you.
Hey, I hope you start feeling better there. Good luck. Get well, and yeah, nothing like. All right, we'll be a couple minutes before a news break, bottom of the hour here, and Double R is on the line. Let me jump to Double R. What's happening this Monday? Hey there.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hanging with them.
That's about what we're doing. Nita's driving right now. We're over here in Chicago, headed to Michigan to get rid of our load, and headed down to the home 20 and get the camper all set up and go wait on the grandkids to come in, go down to Ruby Falls and spend a week out there. But, hey, did you get that... I don't know if you got it or not, but I sent you a clip. I don't know if you got it or not. It was about the People's Convoy.
Okay, like a video clip or?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a video clip.
I haven't got anything this morning. Did you send it over the weekend? When did you send it?
I sent it over the weekend, Steve. What it was is one of the lead drivers of the People's Convoy, he was talking about the money, and they have not received any. The people that organized this convoy for the People's Convoy, they are keeping that money. You believe that crap? He said that he was going to do this on this convoy regardless of. God damn it.
I think you're in between cells, Double R. We got that final expletive, though. Damn it. It is 844-844-3388. Okay. Let's go ahead and jump into our news break here, bottom of the hour. I'll take a peek outside the bunker and see if it's getting ugly yet. I know the winds have been a-howling. And I guess line's going to roll through right about the time we'll be wrapping things up here. Short order. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
We're learning that there have been more than 300 people killed so far in the Russian invasion of Ukraine. At least 700 people have been injured, and the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights believes that the numbers are considerably higher. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky requesting fighter planes from the U.S. on a conference call with some members of Congress. Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., Oksana Markarova, was asked on CBS's Face the Nation when they will get the planes.
We are hoping as soon as possible, and we are working with our American, especially friends and allies, on the steady supply of all the ammunition and anti-air, anti-tank, and planes to be able to effectively defend our country.
Add American Express to the list of financial companies suspending operations in Russia. It's also pulling out of Belarus. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back at it here as we head down the home stretch on a Monday morning. Starting to hear some clicks and some pops, just getting ready for the power to go down, probably here in fairly short order. Double R, welcome back.
Thank you, Steve. Anyhow, he was talking about how this money was going. They wasn't getting any of the money. They're getting the money that's been donated to them on the route. And anyhow, it's a wild story. I'll send it to you. But if anybody cares about the convoy and what's going on, today at 3 o'clock, they're going to have a roundtable discussion with the truck drivers, a couple of senators, and it's going to be televised at RSBN radio or broadcasting network, Right Side Broadcasting.
Okay.
And if they want to download the app, watch it live. That's what I'm gonna do. So, how you doing?
Hanging with him, like I said, just waiting for the storm to roll through.
Oh, okay. I guess we're in it. So.
I mean, you said you were up towards Chicago.
Boom,
I mean,
there it is,
what are they seeing? I mean, I'm looking at like a little bit of snow towards Chicago. What are you in?
Yeah, I'm in a kind of a sleet type weather right now. It's wet, and we're just tooling along here. We got to go over here to Michigan, like I said, and we've got one of the new Ford F-150 Lightning trucks on here, and it's all battery operated, and we're going to take it over here and drop it off, and then we're heading south.
Now, what part of Michigan are you heading into? Because I'm looking right now, it's snowing from Holland to Lansing to Saginaw to Muskegon.
Yeah, we're going to go all the way across 84 over to 94 there, all the way across over to Detroit area.
That's just rain. All right, so you got a little sleet where you are. Yeah, you'll get out of the sleet and get into. And there's some pretty heavy rain between there and Detroit, though.
Oh, okay. All righty. So, good deal. But, anyhow, I just wanted to throw that out there if anybody wanted. I've been watching that convoy. They stopped by the house there, and we went down and got a couple of sweatshirts. And it was pretty neat, you know, and but anyhow, I'm not going to hold you up, Steve. I know you probably got other callers, and Steve and I are getting ready to drive.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Be safe out there. Have a good morning. You're going to be running a little slower than usual again because you're going to roll into some of that heavier rain. Hey, we got latest tornado warning for Western Kentucky. See, they issued that tornado watch several hours ago. Callaway County, Marshall County, Graves County, again, Western Kentucky. This particular cell located over Sedalia, or just southeast of Mayfield. Moving east 45 miles per hour. Radar depicted a tornado warning there. And that region, all under tornado watches until 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 Eastern this morning for that part of the country. Meanwhile, let's see here. I believe it's John on the line. Morning, John.
How you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
The Subarus are, some of them are assembled up there in Lafayette, Indiana. The Legacy, which I'm driving, and the Outbacks, and I'm not sure what else. Some of them are still made in Japan. But you know what they say about Subarus, right?
Yeah, what's that?
It's a new Chevrolet.
Okay. Okay. I hope not, because every Chevrolet I've ever had lasts about 100,000 miles and bites the dust. I hope it lasts more than that.
Well, I got 233 on this, and it's still doing great.
Wow.
I called in the other night and talked to Chris about it, and I picked up some of that Stiction Eliminator at the truck stop on my way back in. So I had my oil change done last week, and I didn't have any of that on hand. And the more I listen to him, like a lot of the other guys that call in, he just gives you confidence in his products when he just drives them in that.
Yep.
So I ran by the dealer. They got a machine where they sucked a little bit of that oil out of there to make room for it.
Okay.
And they put that Stiction Eliminator in there for me. And washed the car, no charge. I don't know how other dealers, like where you got yours at, how they do, but that Subaru dealership has got the best service that I've ever had out of anybody.
Wow.
Yeah. So now I don't know if yours, you got a newer model, but they don't change them a whole lot, so it may be the same. But the oil filter is on top of the motor, upside down.
Yep.
And it sits in kind of a little bit of a cup. So I watched that video that Chris said about putting that bypass filter on there, and I'm not too sure that that's going to work on there because to get the pressure side of that oil, you got to take your filter off, and then you got an adapter piece you put underneath that filter. So I don't know if you have to grind some of that cup away or what, but I'm going to just run the Stiction Eliminator for now. I'm going to do 2 oil changes and see if it affects my oil usage or not. Because I thought, well, if this thing's still going to use oil, it's not going to make a lot of sense to put that bypass filter on there and put that blue diamond in there if I'm going to have to keep adding it.
Right. That's
it is expensive oil.
That's an expensive oil to be having to add a quart here and there. Yep.
But the service manager, I talked to him about it. He said he runs a bypass filter on his car, and he likes it. But he wasn't familiar with the Hot Shot Secret products, but he is now. Hey, so I picked that stuff up at the truck stop. I used my points off my fuel card to get it, but I did want to order some gasoline extreme for the fuel. When you try to put that code in there for overnight drive, how exactly do I? Because I tried that yesterday and it wasn't taking it. It kept telling me there was no promo code like that.
Well, you have to type overnight drive without no space, just all one word, overnight drive.
Oh, okay.
If you put
I tried it a couple different ways, but
yeah.
all right.
I know some people that have
on.
tried it. Yeah, they've tried it and they've put overnight space drive, and it's just like all one word, no space.
Oh, okay. I'll try that again later. All right. Well, I really enjoyed that show the other night with Chris. Listening to him talk about all this stuff and that. And I'll get back with you and let you know how it all works out.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And yeah, appreciate you checking in the other morning, being a part of the program. Yeah, use the coupon code. And this is when you're ordering via hotshotsecret.com. It's overnight drive, all one word. So you got the electric car guy, Elon Musk, no less, who you would think would be the last person saying we need to increase our oil production. Now, that's what he said over the weekend via tweet on Friday, actually. Quote, hate to say it, but we need to increase oil and gas output immediately. Extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. Obviously, this would negatively affect Tesla, he says. But sustainable energy solutions simply cannot react instantaneously to make up for Russia's oil and gas exports. Now that, among the backdrop of Yeah, more and more lawmakers supporting an all-out ban on importing any Russian oil. Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska presented legislation late last week to ban Russian imports. They said the United States has the ability to backfill and help all of our allies around the world as they, being Russia, use this energy as a weapon. We have to make sure that we're doing our energy production. We do it cleaner than anybody else. We do it in a better fashion than anybody else. And we have the ability with a reserve to do much, much more during this crisis. Then on Friday, I guess the press briefing, Jen Psaki said, well, we're looking over the options to decrease Russian oil while keeping prices low. Hello, Jen? Hello. Anybody home there, Jen? Or is that just empty space between yours? You're not keeping prices low. No, the prices are off the rails. We're looking at options we could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy. But we are very focused on minimizing the impact to families. If you reduce supply in the global marketplace, you're going to raise gas prices. You think you're trying to tell us something we didn't know? No, we're just waiting for you to act. Come on. All right, we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And good morning to the day dweller, where he says it's a wet 61 degrees in Mason, Ohio. Rain beginning to fall outside the secret bunker. Winds about to howl. Yeah, big time. At least briefly. And back to the phones. Is that Rooster, I believe. Morning, Rooster.
Morning, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
I can't complain.
Yeah, it's been a little bit since I talked to you, man. Been busy. I've been listening to you and everything. Just ain't had much time to call in. But Looks like everybody's in for a pretty rough ride this weather this morning, don't it?
Yeah, it's starting to kick outside. I can hear it as we speak.
Yeah, right. I don't know what I'm getting into. My cell service keeps coming and going. I left out of Bowling Green, heading up, going over towards the other side of Huntington this morning, and getting a lot of wind, but I don't know what I'm getting ready to get into. But I hadn't talked to you, and just wanted to chime in. I enjoyed the show every Friday when you had Chris on.
Yes,
I
sir.
always like it when he's on.
Yep.
But been having some really good results out of his products, man. It's some good stuff.
Well, it's always good to hear from you, Rooster. Be safe out there. Where are you at and where are you heading? Where are you rolling into?
Loaded down out of Bowling Green, Kentucky this morning. A little something odd. A new customer we started hauling for here just recently. And I'm going, I got my first stops over at Huntington and then Charleston. And I'm going to backload out of there and head back south sometime today. But new customer we picked up. Been doing pretty good with them and just trying to work the bugs out of a few things. But I think we're going to get it lined out.
Yeah, well, out of Bowling Green, you're all right as long as you're heading east over toward West Virginia, but that line's eventually going to catch up with you. Right now, it's the strong stuff stretching from Louisville down to about Madisonville, Kentucky, and then on down into Shelbyville or Blytheville, Tennessee. Yep, so
right.
Later
I
today.
guess I'll probably hit it coming back today, I guess.
That sounds about right. All right, about 8 before the hour. Yeah, Knuckle Buster. Oh, come on, computer, pick up Knuckle Buster. There you are. There you are. And I think.
Hold on a second. Oh. I was eating.
Oh, I'm sorry. Got you with your mouth full.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. My daddy always told me I'd keep my mouth would keep me in a lot of trouble. Now, he was right on that part. Everybody takes offense to whatever I say there, right? I own a rice burner. I got a 1985 BT 1100 Honda Jetta. I guess I can talk about them. I talk about them Fords, too, driver returned on foot. I own one, so I don't know. But anyway, I apologize for stating the wrong products on the air there. That makes me the dumbass for the day, Steve. So y'all have a great morning.
Well, enjoy your breakfast, whatever it might be this morning. Thanks for checking in. All right, yeah, it's flat out coming down out there. Boy, that's that initial line pushing through. Yeah, once we get through, we do have, let me back up here. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warnings for our zone right here. Southeast Indiana, northern Kentucky, southwest Ohio. That's Hamilton County where our secret bunker is. 60-mile-an-hour winds coming through as we speak. So for those out there on the roadways, if you're on I-71 between the Kentucky line and about the 7-mile marker, I-75 in Kentucky between the 176 and 191, I-75 on the Ohio side between the 0 and the 3, there's severe thunderstorm warning with these 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through. This storm is, a few minutes ago, it was over Rising Sun, moving east at 65 miles per hour. That's why we've got the strong straight-line winds. A couple of final tidbits here under the industry headlines, which we didn't cover a whole lot under the industry headlines this morning. My apologies. Man was thrown off a bridge in Louisiana Friday morning after a semi collided with a car stopped on the shoulder. According to WBRZ, the man was thrown from the Atchafalaya Basin Bridge into the Whiskey Bay, as it's called, after a semi crashed into a car stopped on the shoulder of the bridge. Just so happened someone was actually fishing in a boat in the water below at the time of the wreck that was able to throw a rope to the man to get him out of the water. As they awaited for paramedics to arrive, A video of the scene also showed a man standing on the bridge, throwing a rope down into the water towards the victim. Now, the victim was transported in serious condition. 2 others were actually injured in that accident, one seriously. And we also had a crash involving a semi causing delays in Topeka Friday morning near the Gage exit on I-70. A truck hauling double trailers crashing, ripping open the trailers. This was FedEx wiggle wagons, strewing packages all along the interstate there. Then no serious injuries reported after a semi-truck's tire blew, causing a multi-vehicle crash that actually flipped multiple cars Friday. In Phoenix, Arizona, according to 12 News, a semi was traveling along the Loop 101 freeway. It had a tire blowout. The truck driver lost control of the rig, struck several vehicles, causing at least 2 of them to overturn, and one even partially wrapping around a pole. Not a good scene. Miraculously, only minor injuries reported as a result of the multi-vehicle accident. Obviously, traffic was delayed on both sides of the freeway as they worked to clear the wreckage. But again, miraculously, no serious injuries there. Okay, so we'll wrap it up here on a Monday morning, just pulling up our final advisory with some of these strong storms, again, that are stretching after a large swath of the Great Lakes down to the Ohio Valley. Got storms extending all the way down into southeastern Texas now. This is the cold front that'll be rolling through Houston, passing through Shreveport as we speak. Memphis under some heavy rains at this hour, pushing into Louisville, Kentucky. As we mentioned, just outside the secret bunker here in Cincinnati. Columbus, you're in the rain. You're going to have some of those gusty winds still to come your way as we progress on through the morning hours. So be safe out there. Have a great day, and hope you'll come back and join us again at the midnight hour this evening for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.